Welcome, everyone. I now
Recording
call
in
this
progress.
meeting of the Somerville City Council to order. In accordance with Chapter 107 of the Acts of 2023, this meeting of the City Council may be conducted via remote participation, and please note that video and audio recording of this meeting is being made and may be shown live on local access government channels and on the City of Somerville's website and will be available for future review. Will the clerk please call the roll?
This is roll call. Counselor McLaughlin.
Here.
Counselor Davis.
Here.
Counselor Wilson.
Present.
Counselor Said.
Present.
Counselor Scott.
Present.
Counselor Mba. Counselor Burnley.
Present.
Counselor Klingon.
Present.
Counselor Strezzo. Counselor Pineda-Neufeld.
Here.
Counselor Ewan-Campen.
Here.
With 10 counselors present and 1 absent, we have a quorum.
Thank you, Clerk. Pursuant to Rule 32, let it be known that this council salutes the flag of the United States of America, and let us recall our oath to uphold the Constitution and the laws of the Commonwealth to the best of our abilities and understanding. This is a special meeting solely for the purpose of approving the proposed FY 2025 municipal budget and enterprise funds and related financial items. Colleagues, we have a 9-page agenda, and this is a little bit procedurally complex, so bear with me. We're going to take a number of items out of order. The first item that we're going to take is 10.1. That is an executive session to be updated on collective bargaining. After that, we will come up and take 10.3 and 10.2, which are kind of the big enchilada items. Mayor Ballantyne is asked to address us before those. And after that, we will take up the water and sewer rates. That's 10.5, and then we will get to the rest of the agenda. I also just had a fortune cookie that says, stay positive, and the world will brighten around you. So let's have a great meeting, colleagues. Can we read the next item we're going to take?
So the first item that we'll take out of order is item 10.1, a request of the mayor, requesting that this council convene an executive session to discuss collective bargaining agreement negotiation strategy in fiscal year 2025 based upon updated budget and staffing projections.
All right, let's call the roll on going into executive session.
On the motion, Counselor McLaughlin.
Yes.
Counselor Davis.
Yes.
Counselor Wilson.
Yes.
Counselor Said.
Yes.
Counselor Scott.
Yes.
Counselor Mba.
Yes.
Counselor Burnley.
Aye.
Counselor Klingon.
Yes.
Counselor Strezzo. Counselor Pineda-Neufeld.
Yes.
Counselor Ewan-Campen.
Yes.
With 10 counselors in favor and 1 absent, that item is approved.
Mr.
Excellent.
President.
We will reconvene in open session after this.
Mr.
Councilor
President,
McLaughlin?
I'm sorry, but just a point of procedure. Usually, I do believe we usually get the solicitor to tell us that this is an item worthy of executive session. Can we just confirm that?
This item was submitted with the advice and counsel of the city solicitor. Clerk, do we need someone to say it out loud?
The item itself does read collective bargaining negotiation strategy, which
Okay.
is one of the items.
Okay.
Thank you. That's good enough.
Okay. We will reconvene in open session after this.
For approval this evening, I want to once again thank you for your careful, thoughtful, and community-minded attention to this year's proposal, which maps out funding for our service to the community in the coming year. Again, thank you for your deliberation and advocacy, as well as your diligent review of the proposed budget. And thank you especially to the Finance Committee and President Ewan Campen for attending many hours of hearings to gain deeper insight into the work we do daily for our community, the obligations we must meet, and the funding needed to support that. Thank you as well to our school committee for their partnership in crafting a strong school budget that best serves our students for the coming year. And finally, as always, thank you to our community members who speak up, advocate, suggest, and draw attention to your priorities and concerns year-round and work to inform the work and the budgeting that we do. Though I may be submitting it, this budget was made by many hands. I do wish to urge you to accept this proposal as submitted, including the restoration of funding for the critical operations and management position of the Chief Administrative Officer. I heard your questions about this role, and this seeking of information was familiar to me. I too sat in the horseshoe, like many of you, for 8 years on budget hearings. And like you, I often had concerns, pointed questions, and the need for greater detail to best inform my final decisions. In that spirit, I'd like to share a little bit more information with you so that you may consider it as you vote tonight. As you know, the city has grown dramatically over the past decade, doubling its budget with new departments in the last decade going from over 20 to over 70, new divisions, new services, new programs, and new staff. We're also facing new challenges, whether that's increasing extreme weather impacts or changing economies, impacting our workers' lives, our city budget, and our strategic planning. If we are to serve our community properly, maintain and upgrade our systems, support our overworked staff and department leadership, we must have the operational and administrative capacity that matches our needs. We have grown, we are now more complex, we are now more determined than ever, which is one of the things I know we all love about this city. We need to recognize how we've grown to best support Somerville we are today, the Somerville that we are today, and wish to be in the years to come. Councillor McLaughlin and some others, you thoughtfully asked valid questions. Why is it that I, as the mayor, am not doing the work of the CAO role, Chief Administrative Officer? There is a good reason why I'm not upgrading our invoicing systems, partnering in the trenches with IT to ensure our cyber security is as strong as it can be, or digging into organizational needs with the ISD to ensure our permitting or rodent control protocols are optimized. As mayor, my role is to steer the entire ship, to be the chief advocate, to build the organization overall to ensure success. Key to that job is ensuring we have the right expertise in the right roles and that we stay on track. I think we all understand that the superintendent of schools guides education but does not teach classes, or that the director of nonprofits ensures all functions support the mission but is not usually the one delivering the direct services, or that the CEO of a company ensures successful operations but does not maintain IT or cloud services. Likewise, as mayor, I need to manage the city to ensure we serve everyone in this city, everybody, via quality staff, systems, and protocols. Our Chief Administrative Officer position is one of the many roles and functions I oversee to be sure that the city properly functions. And you all have a copy of the job description draft when in the FY23 budget. Councillor Klingon, you laudably stood up for our department heads, making clear they too are competent and can drive their own work forward. And that you are, of course, right. I'd also like to add as well that our department heads are experts in their own fields who work so hard just to keep up with the daily needs and demands. They rely on the backbone supports like auditing, purchasing, IT, and yes, administration capacity to make the administrative work flow and to achieve bigger pushes like modernization, increasing efficiency, or identifying shared interdepartmental needs that can be addressed jointly across teams citywide, if someone is there to lead those interdepartmental advances. The Chief Administrative Officer has become a central node in our internal and organizational nervous system. Blacking out this role, pulling it from the system, will leave a destructive gap. It will only create delays, new inefficiencies in the services our community relies on and the progress this council has stated they wish to see. Composting, rodent control, heat protocols for outdoor workers, tackling legacy infrastructure issues in our schools, our city buildings, water and sewer that have been projects that have been kicked down the road, not just for years, but for decades. Climate resiliency projects and more. All of it will be degraded, downgraded, slowed, and hurt by this move. I also heard you when you asked why this position and not the mayor is at the table in our exceptionally important union negotiations. First, let me say emphatically, I have been doing everything necessary to urgently finalize the contract. As I understand it, mayors don't usually directly sit at the fiscal table. But let me also be clear. I came in seeking to do right by our workers and unions and have stayed true to that purpose. I am seeking not only to just improve workers' wages and benefits, but address long-standing inequities, including gender gaps, that Somerville cannot allow to go on. I have always been committed to getting this done, and I have always been committed to being at the table at the right time with the unions, and I remain committed to negotiating in good faith. Again, my understanding is that mayors are usually not physically at the table, but I wanted to be sure we stuck to our values and gave these negotiations the attention and priority they deserve. So I designated the person in my office with absolute best union bona fide to work to not only move this forward, but to be sure we did right by the workers. Our chief administrative officer grew up in a two-union job household with parents who held union jobs their entire careers. She is also an elected official with the endorsement of every union in her area because they know she is on their side. And she is exceptionally experienced professional who knows how to get things done. I understand and admire the fight in this council and the commitment to display in support of our union. Supporting our chief administrative officer position will not only keep through and through union ally at the table on behalf of my office, it will keep those talks moving forward with all responsible haste. Pulling her now could have the opposite impact you are seeking by disrupting a process as it works towards conclusion. I also want to share that the president of the SMEA has talked about how much he appreciates having this position at the bargaining table and at the grievance processing discussions. I hear you, Councillor McLaughlin, and others who echoed his sentiments that you need more insight into the daily work of this role. I hear you that you seek more access and communication from my office. I hear you in all that you care about this city and are seeking to do what's right. And I'm listening, and I will always talk with you. And I'll ensure as we go forward this year that we are reaching out more to keep our collaborative work moving. We will continue to serve this community, keep it moving forward transparently and together. And for now, to start, I want to conclude once again by sharing the operational knowledge I and our staff have about the importance and the impact of this position. We need this role to support our ability to serve and to seek progress. We need this capacity for proper oversight and management and operational expertise. In fact, I see daily how this is not even enough. I've said often we need to support our workers with fair wages and strong benefits so we can keep those functions properly staffed and provided quality jobs to our workers. We also need to scale our organization to ensure we do not fall behind in these goals. I, for one, ask you to help us continue to take steps forward, and that includes keeping the CAO position. And finally, I want to share some insight into what I know is happening internally since Tuesday. We need to be sure that we do not send a message to our hardworking and dedicated staff that this council is ready and willing to cut existing occupied jobs without proper and fair review and respect for the dignity and privacy of each and every one of our staff. Some of you spoke passionately and admirably of not targeting our department heads, like our libraries and Somerville directors. I would say that the council's vote to cut an occupied position that all of our staff witnessed on Tuesday, whether department heads or frontline staff, has already harmed our workforce who toils daily, long hours to serve this community. You have an opportunity to reaffirm them and any other future Somerville hire, that they too can count on the city and the council that cares for them and respects them as much as they care for and respect the community. Never to my knowledge has this council voted to allow the creation, posting, and filling of a position knowing a worker in good faith has left another job and taken on a new role to serve our community, and then suddenly decide to intake the occupied job away in a move that takes needed capacity from our community and also upends a person's life. This sends an incredibly chilling message to our staff and anyone we hope to hire, especially in management positions. And that doesn't just hurt the individual targeted, it colors our reputation as an employer. It will hurt Somerville for years to come as we seek the best staff to get our jobs done, but they feel wary. I urge you to choose a message to send. I urge you to send the better message. Send the message that when we have questions, we will seek answers. That when we see greater collaboration, we will reach out. That if we feel something isn't working, we roll up our sleeves and we figure it out together. That we all understand the challenges we face and are committed to tackling them together, staff, leadership, electeds, and community alike. I, for one, feel proud of our community for our respect for both the individual and the whole. The value is reflected throughout this budget and the work that you do. I also feel proud that for the third year in a row, we have a budget before us that the council has had greater proactive hand in shaping than ever before in the city's history. And I remain committed to that spirit of collaboration in all that we do together going forward. So again, I respectively submit this proposed budget and ask for your support in moving it and our community forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So, colleagues, there's a procedural explanation that is unintuitive, so just pay attention for one moment. The item that's before us now is 10.3. This, the administration has submitted, this does not include the cut to the Chief Administrative Officer. That's 10.3. That's before us now for us to deliberate on and vote on. 10.2, depending on the outcome of that, if that item fails, we will take up 10.2, which is the item that includes the cut. That's going to be the order of operations. Normally, you can't take up two similar items, but we are required to pass a budget. This is all okay. I've double-checked. That's how we're going to proceed. So the item that is before us now is 10.3. It includes the Chief Administrative Officer, so this is an opportunity to deliberate on that. Do folks have questions on the procedure before we get to the substance? Councilor Strezzo? Okay. All right. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you.
Councilor Davis, on the procedure?
Can I ask why both the numbers are the same in the agenda?
Yes, Budget Director Mastroboni can probably speak to why the numbers are the same.
Mr. President, Mike Mastroboni, Budget Director for the city. So staff are now passing out a memo that explains the corrections and adjustments to the proposed budget, cuts made as part of the fiscal 25 budget, and reinvestment of funding from departmental cuts and corrections for the item before this council right now. I believe you said that's 10.3. So what I would like to do as briefly as I can is walk through those items to explain exactly what this version of the budget does. In terms of corrections and adjustments to the proposed budget, there's four, three of which I spoke about on Tuesday. The correction to the double budgeting of holiday pay and hazardous duty stipend within the fire department, an increase to engineering and architectural services in capital projects and project management, and a small correction to a part-time position that was budgeted full-time in communications, Somerville Office of Immigrant Affairs. The net change to those four is a reduction of just over 1.3 million to the budget. The next page includes Category 2, cuts made as part of the fiscal 25 budget process. This council is familiar with the two motions that were approved. For $30,778, the delayed hiring of two recently vacant positions in human resources, and $185,466 to the executive administration salaries, which represents the funding for the chief administrative officer. The proposal in front of this council right now includes 4 reallocations of funds, of that $1.5 million. $1 million to salary contingency for increased capacity for collective bargaining settlements, again, as I discussed on Tuesday. $337,219 to Paygo Capital for building improvements, again, with a particular focus on some items that we received from the school department recently. Third, the Councilor at Large, Councilor Wilson, made a motion for funding for an additional case manager position. What we did was we took the $30,000 from the human resources cut, applied that to health and human services salaries in order to fund additional part-time case manager support. At this time, there's still some work to do on how that fits in the budget, but that is the intent of the appropriation here. And through working with the HHS team, we will effectuate that change. Finally, again, in this particular version of the budget, it includes reinstating $185,466 to the executive administration salaries object. The reason the budget number is the same is because we took all the reductions and then placed them in these for reinvestments within the operating budget. So there's no change to the bottom line with all these adjustments. All the original submitted version of the budget, as well as the two before this council, use the same amount of revenue to support the city of Somerville, just in slightly different ways, and those are enumerated within what I just talked about in the memo in front of you.
Councilor Pineda-Dufeld.
Thank you, Mr. President. Through you. Director Mastrobuoni, there were two unanimous resolutions on cut night around reallocation. One was for the $30,000 funding for the additional part-time case manager, and the other was for the $185,000 investment toward transit equity. I understand the submission of our budget that includes the CAO position. However, given some of the double budgeting and some money available, I'm struggling to understand why the second unanimous resolution wasn't included in here in that investment.
Through you, Mr. President, thank you for the question and thank you for the opportunity to talk about that. To the best of the city's knowledge, the version of the taxi to health program is illegal and ineligible on the general fund, unfortunately. It's a program that had a fantastic pilot on ARPA, and from the response that we've gotten, absolutely essential, absolutely critically important, a great program that we'd like to continue. Unfortunately, that is not general fund eligible. In my discussion with the ARPA team, they are working on trying to generate grants, trying to utilize alternative funds to maintain that program. It's been successful, it's important, and they want that to continue. It just needs a different funding source, unfortunately.
Mr. President, through you, I understand that. It's why I worded the resolution the way I did, so that I didn't specifically allocate any funds toward the taxi to health program because of that restriction we have on funding. I called it a transit equity program and urged the administration to continue to work with potential partners, allocate funds to continue to figure out a way to serve the residents that will no longer be served when that program funding ends, many of whom live in my ward, who are calling me non-stop, very concerned about the impact on their lives in October when this funding ends. So I purposefully wrote and delivered the resolution to ensure that the funding would go toward figuring out how to administer this program and have some funds to start, knowing that we have a little bit of runway between now and October and that we cannot fund the program as it is through the general fund.
Mr. President, I think through you, that's an important distinction. I'm thankful for hearing that. The Office of Food Access and Healthy Communities salaries, those folks are the ones working to move this forward between now and October. Again, I think everyone believes this is a successful program that we'd like to fund in an alternative way. When we fund staff, we're funding progress towards these programs. So, I'm hopeful that we can find a grant or an alternative funding source to do that over the next 4 or so months. I know that there's a clock, and I know that people rely on this. The Office of Food Access and Healthy Communities is continuing to work on seeking funding opportunities for that project. Unfortunately, it just wouldn't show up in the general fund budget that we're looking at right now.
I must be missing something, sorry. The two budgets differ in that one of them has the chief administrative officer and one of them doesn't. Why are they for the same amount of money?
Sure. Thank you, Mr. President. So what I did in the other version, I didn't understand that was the intent of the question, so thank you for clarifying. In the other version of the budget that would come up next, took that money and allocated it, took that cut and allocated it to salary contingency. So the net, it's just a different allocation for it. So thank you for letting me clarify.
Okay. Colleagues, on the item before us, 10.3. Questions, comments? Councilor Shrezzo. Yeah, my apologies.
Thanks. If we're talking about 10.3 now.
Yes.
Before us, I will support the CAO position, and I will be voting yes as submitted. I've thought a lot about it. I do want the SMEA to receive a contract and get to the finish line. And I think that this will help. Done a lot of soul searching on this, and I do want to say that I am requesting and expecting more collaboration and conversation, and with city departments and the CAO, if this position is kept, because I think that is essential for a transparent government. And so I'll be voting yes.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Wilson.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. President. I've been an outspoken proponent of the Chief Administrative Officer role in the city. I just really strongly believe that there is operational work that is absolutely apolitical in nature and that benefits from having a professional with that expertise in there. The CAO should be doing things that would be micromanagement or just inappropriate for a mayor to be spending their time on. We're just a year into having a CAO. If there are areas where the CAO's duties have turned out to be different from what we all were expecting going into this, I would just urge us to look to course correct rather than scrapping that position entirely. I just remain staunchly against cutting the funding for the CAO position from the FY25 budget, and so I support approving item 10.3 with that funding for the CAO restored. Thanks.
I'd like to speak on this item. Would you mind taking the chair?
Councilor Kevin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have just felt really bad since our meeting on Tuesday, and I just wanted to kind of try to speak a little bit about why. I love the City Council. I love this body. I think that the role that we play is incredibly important, and I really, really love it. I just really think that we as a body misfired on this decision. It's something I sort of feel like in my gut, but I also feel it intellectually. I think that the deliberations and the vote on this role were not fair. I think we almost had a employee performance review in public with no warning. That if I was in that position, I would be so pissed off about if that had happened to me. And I don't think that this body should, I don't think anybody intended to make anybody feel that way, but I don't think we should do that. Just as a human being, also as an employer, I think it sets a really bad precedent to people who might want to come work here in the future that I just haven't seen anything like it in my time here, that we fund a position. It feels weird to speak passionately about this because I don't feel particular passion for this role. I'm not intimately familiar with what the role does, but I just don't feel right about how we handled that. And the arguments that I heard, why don't department heads do this? We live in the reality where we know they don't have the capacity to handle a lot of the issues that this role is handling. First of all, because they're too busy, but also because there's a flat hierarchy between departments. If there's an interdepartmental issue, no one is anyone else's boss. It's just flat and then the mayor. So, maybe we just have different views of what that org chart should look like. It makes sense to me that when there are interdepartmental issues, it's really helpful to have an administrator who moves above department, who is like higher in the decision-making hierarchy. And I also think that the stuff that this job is working on is really important to our constituents. I think it's just incorrect to say that this work isn't important. When I take a step back and think, will it improve the city to cut this? This is a very dramatic thing to do, which we all understand. I've done that in the past when I really thought that was a demonstrable, defensible thing that is going to immediately improve the city in a way that I can understand and defend. And I just don't see how this does that. So, that's what I wanted to share. Colleagues? Councilor McLaughlin.
Thank you, Mr. President. So I feel like I've made my statement at the last meeting. I don't want to repeat points, and I appreciate everything that's being said, and I definitely don't like playing games with people and hurting people, and it's definitely not my intent. It is our sole job during budget season. We have one responsibility during budget season, and that's to make cuts. It's also the only power we have, is to make cuts. And just because it hasn't been done before, and I think it has in the past, doesn't mean that it's not inappropriate and to have a conversation. The decision I made was based off watching the meeting that discussed the position and deciding whether I think this position is adding to the city or not. And what I came to the conclusions from the own accomplishments stated at that meeting was that these jobs are being done by people who are paid specifically to do these jobs. And we just discussed the amount of people working on collective bargaining. We discussed the amount of people working on invoicing. These jobs exist. So that's my point, and I don't like hurting people or scaring people either. But it is part of city functions. I do want to break down very quickly a point I did not make at the last meeting, is as someone who's been here for a while and has worked with the two executive branches and a slew of people from the executive administration branch specifically, this city, the mayor's executive administration started with one person, really. There was a chief of staff, there were secretaries, but it started with one liaison, and that basically started in my time. Before that, there were 0 liaisons. There was no one to work with the city council, and the city still functioned. But the mayor decided to hire one person who handled all the functions of this job and liaised with everybody, and I won't go into the history of that. It was contentious, but I definitely felt like I was collaborating with someone, and I was working with somebody who was empowered by the mayor to make decisions and speak on his behalf. That position became 2 positions. Then it became 3 positions, and a CAO, and now a deputy information officer, and other positions as well. So this department has really increased dramatically. And my feeling, and I think the feeling that's been expressed by people on this council, I'll speak only for myself, but I do believe that this is what it comes down to, is I feel like we have a lot more positions and a lot fewer communication, a lot more collaboration. I come to council meetings and, we've had some really brief council meetings this year. And you can say that's because of the city council, but by and large, the agenda is driven by the executive branch in the city. And the longest meetings I've had as a councilor were always driven by the executive branch. And there are times when I'm just feel like we're treading water. It's that decisions aren't being made. And so we're adding all these decision positions, and a decision isn't being made. So that's what's frustrating to me, is that we've increased more staff, but there seems to be less productivity. And the mayor mentioned the idea of a CEO. What would a CEO do? What would a CEO do, or a board of directors of a corporation, if you had more staff and less output? And I'm not saying that as a criticism of individuals, but I do feel that these positions have become, as other councilors stated a few years ago when they were created, a buffer and obstruction not only to us but to the public. And this is something that I hear from the public as well, is that we're focusing a lot on equity, collaboration, listening to people, and I just don't feel like many people are being heard. Since that cut, I have had conversations with city staff. I'm going to say just, I don't think the concern of this cut is universal, because I have heard some people welcome this. I'll just say that. So it's not universal, but I have had conversations with the mayor and her staff, and what really makes me sad about this and frustrated, but also validifies or makes me feel valid in my objections, is that it was as if the things I said were never said before. that it's like I've never brought these points up ever, and I just pounced like during budget night. This is the night I'm gonna have my revenge or something. It's like this has been months and years of asking about these things, and when I get the opinion that it's as if I never said this before, and I'm just wondering if we're having all these positions that are made for collaboration with the city council, and it's as if the mayor never heard them before. Is like, are people taking notes in these meetings? When I propose, should we use opera funds for water and sewer rates? Is that being relayed to the mayor? When I bring up issues about charter reform or the fact that I can't reach a department head, is that information being relayed? And it just feels like these positions have not become a filter to get to the mayor, but a filter to stop this information from reaching the executive branch. And that is my main concern with this. It's not new. It is not a new problem, and I don't know what options I have besides showing up to every meeting feeling like I'm wasting my breath than to make this point. So we have budget season, and I do feel like there are 3 choices we can make as city councilors during budget time. We can make arbitrary, capricious cuts across the board, as I have voted against. We could vote to just do things that I would view as destructive. And I feel like I have been a person who's tried to avoid those cuts and have spoken out against them. We could also just throw out our hands and say, what can we do? I'm not the mayor. We just got to accept this, nothing we can do. And I just don't feel like anyone on this council should have to be the mayor to be heard by the mayor. And I think as duly elected representatives of this community, we should have access to information. We should have access to department heads. We should have access to the mayor. And if anyone disagrees with me, especially the people who were here for 2 administrations, if they feel like they're being heard more now than they were before, I'd love to hear that. I'd love to be wrong on that issue. And then the third choice is to make focused cuts. And that's what I feel like I did. I could have cast a broad net and just scared people. I could say I'm going to cut an entire department, as has been proposed in the past. But I picked one position that I just feel it's redundant. And I'm not saying this about the individual. I don't like knowing that what I'm going to do is going to hurt another individual. So I feel bad about that, but it is part of our job. It's also a fiduciary responsibility, which is something isn't really discussed much around the city council, how we spend our money. So I picked the third path, and I think the reason why I was surprised but not surprised at how many people supported it. I feel like I've been supportive of the mayor's agenda and the things she's brought before us. I'm sure a lot of people probably disagree with that, but I'm sure people around this horseshoe think I've been too generous and have been too accommodating. And I just look at this position and just feel frustration, not with the individual, but with the position and what the buffer that's being provided between us and the executive branch. And I do feel like this immense frustration that I feel is felt by other councilors. I will let them speak for themselves on that. I know it's felt by the community. It's felt by organized labor. And the thing when I spoke to Ed Halloran about this, which by the way, if this was really just about the unions, this would be very different. But it's about a lot of people saying the same thing. And when I spoke to Ed Halloran, he used the words lack of urgency. There seems to be a lack of urgency. And I identified with that. And to me, it's like we're adding a lot of deciders to the city, and I don't see the decisions being made. So that's where I'm standing right now. I am going to listen to my colleagues, but I wanted to express where I'm coming from on this. And it's not in a position to hurt people, but it is in a position of what is our government doing for our community? What do the positions do for our community? And how this council, our relevancy in the city as elected officials. So I'll stop there and listen to my colleagues.
No one raises their hand soon. We're voting. Councilor Davis.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you to my colleagues for their thoughts on this, and thank you to the mayor for your advocacy. I certainly agree with the president that this is. I can't remember exactly how you phrased it, Mr. President, but it's an uncomfortable vote. It's an action that. I mean, I don't know how much history we'll remember, to be perfectly honest with you. But my frustration, and I said this the other night, and I just want to be clear because it was raised to me that maybe the message didn't get through, and I'll only speak for myself. And by no means does this have anything to do with the individual in the role. This has to do with my initial apprehension about the role and my overall view of this year's budget. I think the good chair of finance can attest for how many of the meetings that I wasn't at, that I was logged in and listening. I spent a lot of hours listening to all of the department heads and all the incredible hard work that goes into this, and I echo all the gratitude for that work. Our system sucks. The way the state has set up this form of government, pardon my French, sucks. We as elected representatives of our constituents are unbelievably limited in our ability to serve them. And that's the case for a lot of reasons, or in a number of ways. It all goes back to the way our government is set up. And we made an effort to try and shift that balance, to try and make some adjustments through charter reform. And we're still sitting here waiting for something to happen on that. I understand there's probably a lot of work happening behind the scenes, and maybe at some point when that's explained, I'll eat my words. But in the meantime, Mr. President, to your statement, I don't know how else we would do this. I agree that it really stinks to sort of have this conversation about a role when someone is sitting in that role and how that can be seen as a conversation about that person. I reiterate again, I'm not looking at it in that way at all. I have tremendous respect for the person who sits in this role. We don't have another way of doing this. This is the way that our current charter provides our ability to exercise what we feel is best on behalf of our constituents. I don't like it. That's why I tried to change it. And even the charter that we set up barely changes it much at all, for a variety of reasons as well. But right now, this is all we can do. When we genuinely feel that our constituents' resources could be allocated in a better way, this is the one tool we have to do that. We have, as my good colleague from Ward 1 said, a Department of Intergovernmental Affairs, which I think very highly of. I might be fortunate in my role as Chair of Legislative Matters, but I have a regular call with Director Singh. I've had good communication feedback with Liaison Carrillo on the other committee that I chair. I love that office. And maybe it's just because I see it so directly, I think there's great value there. If I were looking to address some of the things that have been explained, or to continue having capacity to address some of the things that have been explained to us, between departments, a Department of Intergovernmental Affairs sounds like a really good place to put it. We also have a Chief of Staff's office. I said last night, and I'll read it again, I have a tremendous respect for the Chief of Staff. I think she's doing a fantastic job. That's an office where I could see someone having obligations that echo some of the things we've heard about. I think there's a number of ways that the administration could look at those roles and find a way to fill them with a person or people that doesn't carry with it the concerns and challenges that so many of us have expressed about this particular position. And I'm really tempted to just change my mind and change my vote, because it's the easy thing to do, and I hate the ramifications and implications that this has on the individual who's worked her tail off in this job. But I just think that would be the easy path, and I think I'm here to make tough decisions, because that's what I signed up for when I put my name on the ballot. So I'm not going to change my vote. It really kills me that we're in this position and that we don't have a better way of doing this, but I just think that's where we are.
Councillor Klingon.
Thank you, Mr. President. Through you, I want to thank the mayor for coming here tonight and speaking to us. Although I will say to my friend and former colleague, it's kind of a little too late. Like it's a little too little late, or whatever that saying is. In some sense, I like hearing that you're hearing us on these things, but I think I'll speak for myself as one counselor that I've been struggling for a while now, again, feeling like we're being heard or respected or being able to answer questions of our constituents in a timely manner. And I haven't seen any improvement on any of those fronts. And so to add another position, and I understand that's not exactly the function. And I want to make clear one thing that I said the other night that was mentioned was that about department heads being able to take on work. I guess I'm assuming that there's these like interdepartmental meetings where all the department heads and directors, are at these meetings and information is shared in a way that, when people want to improve on certain things that they see wrong. I mean, maybe that's what my expectation would be, is that we'd be discussing different, different systems, ways we can improve our systems in a way that maybe, I don't know, we would have to, like maybe the chief of staff would be able to spearhead some of these initiatives. So when we're here, asked by the public to oversee a budget, and I stand by my vote the other night in that when Councilor McLaughlin said, when the presentation was made, the night of the budget, the night of that particular item, it fell very flat for me that it seemed to just really be about an invoice system and other stuff that we're working on, just trust. And, that really, I think we have a financial responsibility to the people to do what we think is necessary. And in this situation, I didn't hear enough that evening, and I still, this is all about trust, and I just don't think that we can face the public and have them trust us if we just continue to give and give and give, like add bodies, add positions to a situation as if that's going to improve it, and yet we see no improvement. And if anything, I feel like communication and synergy between the council and in general, just communication has gotten worse. So I will be continuing to, I will not be supporting 10.3. Thank you.
Councillor Scott.
Thank you, Mr. President. I feel very much, I feel I have a lot in common with you over the last 2 days here. I absolutely share your passion for this role and for the role of this body. Wouldn't be here after 7 years if I didn't. I also share your extreme discomfort with the way Tuesday night went down. I don't think it was a very proud moment for me in having this be, if somebody was watching the city council, if that was their first exposure to it. Yeah, it was disappointing. However, I do also understand the frustration that's in the room. There's a lot of frustration from a lot of different places. Now, for myself, I don't particularly think that this motion to cut the CAO is going to, is a direct analog. I don't think it's a direct path to a solution, but I do agree with some of my colleagues that modifying the budget is the only lever we have. Over the years, I have proposed many cuts. More of them failed than they passed, but a fair number of them passed. I put forward one the other night simply to pause the department head raises, because I don't think there's a department head in this city that wouldn't go without a raise for a year if it meant that their folks would get paid. But that's a democracy, right? I made my case. We had a vote. I'm not putting that forward again tonight. Here on this, I would not blame anybody for changing their vote from last night or from Tuesday night. I think it would be absolutely understandable, reasonable, and even laudable to do so. Because what I heard on Tuesday night was, let's say it bordered on violations of Chapter 21A1 of Mass General Law, where it was discussing not the professional competence, but the character of an employee, right? That it was talking about a discipline or dismissal of an employee without prior advance notice in executive session. Now, I'm not a lawyer, so I don't know if that's a material problem that the council will have to wrestle with going forward. But I am old enough to remember when I believe I proposed the cut along with, I believe I proposed the cut to a dog catcher who at the time was subject to horrific allegations. This council couldn't get there. So I was shocked. Frankly, I was shocked last night. Now, for myself, as I said, I have opposed the creation of this position for many of the same reasons that my colleagues have expressed experience now. I've opposed it for 2 years. And as much as it was consistent with all of my actions and all of my statements previously to continue to say no, on Tuesday night, when that vote came around to my seat, it was sickening. Because I felt like I was moving from consistency. I was moving from a place of what I have long held to be the proper course. And yet I couldn't help but feel it might be coming from the wrong place. So, with that said, Mr. President, I expressed my reservations about this budget on the very first night it was presented. I have been disappointed by 2.5 years where we had an opportunity for generational change and have not been making progress as a city. I share the frustration and confusion of my neighbors at why decisions aren't being made, as someone said. And I don't see in this budget the kind of dramatic change, the kind of dramatic improvement that we need to, the course correction that we need to make as a city. And that's not just in where the dollars are being spent, but also in the administration, the management of the city as a sprawling organization that has so many job functions. Just, General Electric maybe doesn't have as many divisions. So it is wildly complicated, but as a city councilor, making a cut is the only thing that we can do. Do I believe this is the right cut? So I am going to stand with my no, with my vote in favor of this cut, and frankly, for any other cut that would have been proposed. When it comes time to vote, we have 2 budgets in front of us. One of them includes the CAO, one of them does not. And I will be voting no on both of them. I'm not going to give any spoiler warnings about items that aren't in front of us yet, but y'all can imagine the water and sewer discussion. So I'm going to be voting no on both of these budgets. I personally want to thank the mayor. Madam Mayor, I want to thank you for coming tonight, for standing up for an employee that frankly didn't deserve the scenario that went down on Tuesday. I want to thank you for coming and advocating strongly for a position and a vision of management that you believe in. I think that is the kind of leadership that I've been looking for, quite frankly. So I applaud the ingenuity and also the determination to come and bring this council a chance to make that choice again differently. I really do. I think this is perhaps one of the finest moments, one of the moments that I have respected most in your tenure. So with that said, I'm not going to be voting for either one of these budgets, but I appreciate the opportunity. What you said really resonated with me, and like I said, it would not surprise me if there were more votes that changed this evening. Thank you, Mr. President.
Councilor Mbaugh.
Thank you, Mr. President. Let me preface it by saying that I will still be sticking with my position, but having seen the Honorable Mayor come before us tonight, I feel like I need to, appreciate your time and the work you do, and also express the lack of communication I've had from the executive branch. I barely know anyone in that branch, and I came solely on cut night to cut the salary line item for the Parks and Recreation, because I've had frustration with that department for 2 consecutive years. And having heard the good counselor from what one spoke, he's somebody I've always admired. I see him as a voice of reason. When sometimes he speaks, I try to analyze where he's coming from, and when he made that cut, I had a little remorse because I just didn't want to pursue again the path that I took. And so it's really frustrating to see there are many staff in the executive branch, but even today I finally got a response from Parks and Rec from the email that I sent. I tried to follow up, usually you reply to an original email. I could not even trace the original email, so I had to go back to look to make sure that everything was answered. Nothing, just bits and pieces of information. I'm asking for access data for people using the pool. There was no I'm just frustrated. Sometimes you feel like I'm still, I'm looking forward to having them in the fall in committee meetings, meeting after meeting, so we can be having conversation if that's what is happening. But I think, you're doing, I know that it's hard to be able to think about what your office does, behind the scenes, but I have nothing against, you or even the
Let's remind everyone we go through the chair.
But
through the chair, please.
Yeah, through the chair, I just want to say, I just feel compelled to appreciate the mayor and her work, and this is the first time I've seen her since I've been on the council, so I just thought I should pontificate to show my appreciation for her work. Thank you.
Councilor Pineda-Neufeld.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to come back to the item at hand here. Let me start off by saying I'm not sure where I'm at, so take a deep breath. I want to share what the struggle is for me, and I really appreciate Councilor Davis's comments about process. We are given these restrictions and boundaries by which to have these conversations. I appreciate the mayor coming tonight and sharing. I won't quote you, of course, I didn't write down everything you said, but sharing the sentiment that you hope these conversations are done collaboratively, due diligence, comprehensively before we make major decisions like this, and I couldn't agree more. My understanding is that's what budget season's for. And I had the good fortune for the first 2 years of being on the council, of being on the finance committee and sitting through budget hearings and getting to ask questions of our department heads directly. I do not sit on finance this year, but I went back and listened to the budget hearings so that I could make an informed decision as a counselor. I scoured the budget. I asked for it printed so I can make sure that I understand the complexity that is in front of us. I submitted questions in advance, thanks to Chair Wilson's process of making sure that we have a chance for those who don't sit on finance to ask our questions to department heads. I was a little late and tardy in submitting them in time for the CAO's position, but my question got to, I believe, the executive administration before the hearing started. And so I listened intently for the answers to my questions about this role, about the impact on the city, about the impact on our operations, and listened 2 more times so that I was trying to get a better understanding based on the little knowledge I have of the accomplishments and impact and outcomes of this role. And that's the process that we have ahead of us. I don't sit on finance, so I wasn't able to ask follow-up questions in the moment. I haven't had one-on-one conversations with the person in the role, and I had hoped that would have happened. I had been asked previously when submitting my budget priorities in March not to reach out directly to department heads about my budget priorities, to go through our IGA team. So I've sort of been following that process throughout this budget season, but that limits me and my ability to understand much of what is asked of us as counselors. So I'm frustrated that we're being asked to be more collaborative and deliberate when we're given a process that is restrictive, that I've personally been told that my outreach should be restricted, so that I didn't feel coming out of the budget hearing that I listened to 3 times that I got the answers I needed to support the role as it is in our budget. We came into this budget season with a finance report from our finance team reminding us what the impact of the current economy is on this budget. We came into this budget season hearing from our school department that they want to make sure services and staff are level funded, and they are concerned, right, that there would be cuts. We came into this budget season knowing we're asking our taxpayers to pay more, a la our water and sewer rate conversation coming ahead of us. We came into this budget season knowing we're asking department heads to do more with less, that their hands are tied. And so I struggle with having the information needed to make these tough decisions given the restrictions of this process. And I appreciated Councilor Davis's approach around acknowledging that this sucks, and that I think most of us, I won't speak for anyone, around this horseshoe are struggling with this decision alongside myself. I too hope that we can continue to have a collaborative relationship with the mayor's office. My concern when I was listening to the budget hearing was around redundancy, was around kind of too many cooks in the kitchen, I called it. And hearing the focus and the focus of the other role that now reports that position didn't seem like it made operational efficiency. It seemed like there were just another layer in the mayor's office. And so that's why I voted the way I did on Tuesday. But I appreciate the conversation tonight. I appreciate hearing directly from the mayor and the mayor's office about what this position means to them. And with that, I will continue to listen to my colleagues before we vote.
I've been asked to sponsor Chief Administrative Officer Vargas. Please.
Good evening through the council president, through the entire city council members. As you all know, my name is Lamis Vargas. My pronouns are she, her, ella. I'm the chief administrative officer for Mayor Ballantyne and for an employee of the entire city, serving the entire community of the city of Somerville. I always like starting by thanking each and every one of you for your public service. I have that firsthand experience. I have a couple of notes that I've written down, but I also organically really want to share a little bit more, so just coming directly, you know, honestly just putting my emotions aside, staying extremely professional and in line with everything that I want to say. As the mayor mentioned, I did grow up in a household where both my parents were union employees, were a member of the union. I know what it is to live without heat. My mother, my parents were on government assistance, and I am not ashamed to say that at all. We had Section 8 vouchers. My parents, my father had 2 jobs. He's worked at the post office. He was also a janitor. So I don't mind rolling up my sleeves and cleaning up if I have to, at all, at all. Food pantry, what can I say? I value the work that communities, that the state does for their residents, because I would go to those food pantries with my parents, and again, I'm not ashamed to say that. I grew up in a low-income household, a daughter of immigrant parents from Colombia who understands the struggle. I am so thankful to Somerville because I was a translator for my parents. How do you say to the doctor, you know, when your mom's telling you, you know, just tell them that my hígado, it's probably my hígado that it hurts. Hígado is liver. And I'm like, liver hurts? I never even knew liver could hurt. How do I even say liver? How do I translate that? So I have appreciation, whether it's kidneys, liver, I didn't know how to say it, but I was my parents' translator at a very young age. I'm the oldest in my family. I am the first generation college graduate student in my family. I am the American dream that so many wish they have and that so many fight for when they come to this country. So I'm a product of the public school system, of the public university and colleges in the state of Rhode Island. I live in Rhode Island, absolutely, and I've said that publicly. But I value the progressive, so much of the values that the city of Somerville, and not just progressive, but just all of the opportunities that each one of you have given your residents. And I respect, I really, really do respect the work that each and every one of you do. And I understand what it is when you call or you reach out to the IGA team and you want things done right away, because I very much am like that. I am like that in my other capacity as well. I understand what it is to advocate and fight for your community. I understand the frustration when sometimes there's the communication, it's not both ways. I could tell you, and I'm not saying this because I'm saying save my job, but I can really tell you that regardless of what happened with this role, absolutely. The mayor has said to me, we need to improve our communication. We need to make sure that we're urgent with the matters of the council. We need to hear from the public. We need to engage with everyone. whether it's coming through the IGA office, whether it's coming through our chief of staff or our directors. And speaking of directors, by the way, I want to thank every staff who works in the city, union and non-union employees, because I have seen firsthand how much they, out of their own just love and passion for the work they do, dedicate to the city, regardless of the time, when there's hurricanes, wintertime, weekends. We've gotten on phone calls to really be able to deliver and provide for the city of Somerville. Before I move on to some of the projects that I'm also working on, I'd like to say a little bit of kind of add to what the mayor, Madam Mayor, mentioned this evening. I have a great relationship with the unions back in Rhode Island, and I look forward to having that relationship here in Somerville. And I say that to our SMEA president all the time, you know, when we talk with our public safety as well. I value the relationships. I have reached out. When I first came before you in last year, I said, please reach out at any time. I believe I sent an email as well, and I definitely shared that during budget. If you'd like me to reach out more often, I have absolutely no problem. I have absolutely no problem having a coffee meeting with you, whether it's meeting you at a coffee shop here in the mayor's office. You name the place. I have no problem doing that. You know why? Because I ask that of my staff back home as well. So I understand that part of it. In terms of also union, I was a deputy state treasurer of Rhode Island. I was also the deputy secretary of state of the state of Rhode Island. I understand what it is advocating in the collective bargaining, but also on the other side. And I value, again, those relationships, and I really hope, and I know that on my end, I will do my due diligence as a Latina, as a first graduate, first generation graduate, as a representative in that role of the CAO for the mayor. But I want to make it clear, I do not make decisions for the mayor. I provide recommendations to the mayor, just like every director provides recommendations to me and to the mayor and to our chief of staff. And I listen, and I ask them, what is it that you need? What is not working? If I'm hearing communication is an issue amongst departments, if I'm hearing communication is an issue with constituents, if I'm hearing there is communications with the counselors, I, as the CAO, may not be fully out in the full scene, but behind the scene, I am working with directors. I am asking why. Why are we not doing that? Why are we doing this? Whether it's been past practice, well, how do we improve past practice? How do we deliver that quality of life that each and every resident in the city of Somerville, including our businesses, by the way, because we can't forget the businesses are the backbone of our economy in our city of Somerville and throughout the entire country. You know, I respect public safety as well, and I respect all the work that each and every person contributes to the city. When the staff comes before you all in the budget meetings, I feel like they probably get just a very limited amount of time. And sometimes we do say to them, you know, we just get to the point. We want to make sure that we're answering the questions that the councils want to hear. They may ask additional one, and that's perfectly fine. And if you don't know the answer, it's okay to say, I don't know, but then we'll get back to you. I never ask, nor does the mayor ever says to any one of her staff members, make it up. The mayor has made it clear that if you do not know the answer to a question, that we seek the answer and respond to each and every one of you. My list of accomplished through the president to the council vice president, my colleague in government, I'm the council vice president back at home, so I understand that role as well. Was a list of what I call not just accomplishments, but also projects that are in the pipeline, but also projects that as a CAO, in some cases, in private companies and corporations, they call it COO, are the behind the scenes, the folks who do analysis, they assess, they get data, they figure out what's the best practice, what is broken, how do we fix it. But this is not an I, this is a we. And the mayor has stressed that. I don't know how much. It's instilled so much that probably tattoo it on my body at this point, right? Because she's like, this is a we. And so I made it clear that of the accomplishments that we've had and the accomplishments that we also hope to have in FY25 are goals that are delivered based on a team. So the accomplishments that they've gotten to from point A to probably point M, all the way to point Z, has been because it's been a unified front as a administration and as a team. So I did not want to actually take away from all of those accomplishments that they were highlighting in their budget. We always want to do more with less. I understand the cost savings approach. That cost savings approach, every penny counts. We can use those pennies elsewhere. We could do so much more programming. I understand that we want to do a lot more and be creative and really expand on a lot of the programs that we have. But I will say that I will start highlighting some of the other accomplishments, or for lack of a better word, the work that we're all still working on, that we're doing, and that we plan to do in the FY25 budget. I'll start off with first saying that there's the fire alarm systems with the 6 fire stations coming up in line. There's a fire alerting system, as I mentioned, that was part of one of my items that we're working on, because I want to make it clear that when I came before the council last year, it was probably May or maybe June, I think, and I can't get running on implementation without first assessing the needs of our city, having conversations with the directors, understanding what's working and again, what's not working. FY25 will be the year of implementation, whether I'm here or not. At least that's the goal and that's my objective and the objective of the mayor. The fire alarm system currently is used by the Somerville Fire Department 911 dispatch. As noted in my budget hearing, is extremely antiquated. Nothing to be alarmed in terms of, are we not responding to 911 calls? They certainly, it's still in operation, but we've had it over 3 decades. And so we're looking into modernizing our systems into this 21st century in what I'm calling a very key project. So when you have constituents that reach out to you, I'm not sure if they have ever, in this case, there might be a long response time. Why didn't they come here? I called them. Everybody at that point, a minute feels like 5 hours. And so we want to make sure that while the system currently works now, there's opportunity to continue to capture data, to continue to provide a 21st century system for public safety fire dispatch, because it's critical given the fact that our city is double at this point and it's growing each and every day. So our partners there that I work with on this system, on this particular project, is the fire department, our procurement department, a LORA department, our IT department, capital projects. And the first meetings that I had when we were talking about this was with DPW and a bunch of other of our staff in a room, and they will come back to the table as we finish that project. The second item is the school building ongoing maintenance. What is this project? Well, when I came in as CAO, and given the fact that there's also a new superintendent, new chief of staff in that office, and we have 311 tickets coming in, there's a lot of questions. Why isn't this fixed? Why is this breaking? Is the left arm not talking to the right arm? I reached out to 311 and I requested to have every Monday I get a report. And it tells me what has then the 301s put into the school system, the tickets by the school department. And so what I did then, and I'm still doing now at the time, I met with the COO of the school department, now meeting with the chief of staff of the school department and our IAM director, as well as our DPW commissioner, monthly to make sure that we're up to date with those reports and what are we doing to make sure that those actually get executed. And so we just brought in the chief of staff from the school department about maybe 2 months ago into those meetings. Again, this is where DPW, IAM, capital project, and finance, as well as the school department are all involved. The IT, there's short and long-term investments here. It's cybersecurity. I believe there was a question about cybersecurity that was asked with the IT department. When I came on board, we have an amazing staff there as well. Talk about doing a lot with less. And we really came in and we have reached out to the cybersecurity, the state cybersecurity, and they came in and we started chatting. How do we make sure that we dot all our I's and cross all our T's? What are we doing, what are we not doing? They go by CISA, by the way. So, unfortunately, in the state of Massachusetts, it happens everywhere, but unfortunately, there were a few towns bordering that had some sort of cybersecurity protocols, or maybe just unavoidable, unfortunately, took place. So I reached out to our IT staff, and I said we need to make sure we continue to educate our staff not to hit any type of links. And how do we educate them? And they're like, well, we already have something in place. Let's work on it. How do we improve that to make sure that we don't fall into a category like that? And I'm knocking on wood that that doesn't happen. Those partners, again, is the IT, as well as, and all these partners, all these folks that are at the table, it includes myself. The IT onboarding form. What is this? Well, when we came on board, we realized that sometimes you have employees that are coming on board, and while there's great communication with HR and IT, there's always areas to improve. So if we had an employee come on board, there's no reason why we would have IT scrambling a few days before or a week before, making sure that the employee has a laptop, that they have, whether it's a cell phone issued or not, that they have all the software that they need to have. So we created a form, and that form is now taken forward and has happened. The professional training and identifying Microsoft Suite licenses. We value and investing in our staff and the opportunities for career advancement while we're working on staff retention. So I've been working with HR and IT department. As a matter of fact, what we just did was, actually probably May or so, there was an email sent out to our union staff saying, here's an opportunity for professional development, whether it's on Excel, the basics, and down the line, hopefully on intermediate, because we really believe in providing career opportunities here in the city. And so that is actually in the process of now being scheduled because we have staff who signed up for that. That didn't happen. Our chief of staff ran a lot of things, but she can't do everything, and she needs help. And we need the city to continue to move forward. And that is my role, to come in and really fix these systems and help out wherever needed. So the electronic devices is another area that I've been working on. How do we make sure that we have an inventory of all of the laptops that we own? Well, there's cell phones. As a matter of fact, this also includes what I said in my budget hearing, an assessment management tool that also keeps track of our vehicles. What vehicles do we have? What is the maintenance? And while DPW does a great job with, just fleet, there's again area for improvement. How do we know our cars are being maintained? What is the system you're using? Whether if it was an old Excel spreadsheet, what are the new systems that we can actually come in and be in, continue to stay in compliance? Where there's inspection stickers in our vehicles. Having an asset management tool is a valuable tool to have for a city to understand what is it that we own as a city. The other part of that is the cell phone policy. Just working on figuring out a cell phone policy at this point. We have a lot of cell phones out. How do we improve that? And how do we decrease that cost, particularly in our budget? That's a project for FY25 as well that I've been working already with the IT director on that and figuring out what are other cities and towns doing. It's okay to check with other cities and towns to what they're doing. We don't have to always, we can reinvent the wheel, we can tweak it as we go. So that's a policy that I'm working on. The other one is also our travel policy. Our finance staff does an amazing job with travel policy, but it's also making sure that we bring it up to current date, 21st century. So instead of just saying the word taxi, the ability for our staff, if they go to conference, how to make sure that they provide not only the right invoices, the accommodations, the booking, whether they can take Uber or Lyft or not, those are going to, it should be reflective of today's world, and it's a policy, it's just minor words. And so our finance director and his staff have been amazing, collaborative members of the team who have said, absolutely, we'll give it a look, let's give that a revamp and make sure that it's reflective of today's society. The invoice system, it's not just the invoice system that I'm working on, and I want to make sure that that's clear. The invoice system, as I mentioned earlier, that goal was to implement a software that automates, that tracks, that expedites payments to better serve our vendors. And by vendors, I'm talking about an inclusive, our nonprofits, our businesses. We want folks to continue to do business with the city of Somerville. We don't want to lose anyone and say, well, I'm not going to continue to do business with the city of Somerville if I'm not getting paid on time. We all want to get paid on time. Why shouldn't we reciprocate that with our stakeholders? They're important, they're doing a job. So I've been working with Treasury, with Finance, Procurement, IT, OSPCD, auditing, to make sure that we not only pay our vendors quickly, but also make sure that it goes through a secure payment file platform so we don't just issue checks. Checks will always stay on. We won't get rid of checks, but making sure there's a secure electronic fund transfer platform so they can be paid quicker. And then also, as we were doing the invoice system and reaching out to vendors and having all these meetings with vendors and cross-reference the municipalities that actually use them, because we should not be running to the first company we see. We need to do reference checks, and we want to get it right the first time. Talk about making sure that we're not wasteful with dollars. We need to make sure that it gets done and it gets done correctly. And that implementation takes time. We can't roll out an implementation with every department we have in the city. I've done so many implementations in my professional career, and trust me, you do not want to roll out a implementation through with every department. So we are, FY25, as I said, is the implementation period. Now that we have identified the market research and the cost and everything else that goes with it, which is in our IT budget. And I'll end with this. There's other daily operations to make sure, other daily operations which I ensure, as well as the mayor, as well as the chief of staff, as well as all of our directors and every department, to make sure that the city functions smoothly as possible. So the roof, sounds, you guys hear probably the lightning and the hurricane that may be coming. I'm listening to what the Work Better Task Force has provided to us, the infrastructure, the needs here in our city. We need to fix this roof. And that's one of the things that I said when I came on board, and I recommended to the mayor, and the mayor said, absolutely, what do we do to get the roof fixed? If this roof was to ever cave in, our servers for IT are in this building. When I realized that if our servers go down, none of us are going to have email access. And that includes the schools, I believe, but it definitely includes the police. And it includes, I think, maybe fire as well, whomever's on our network. So what I did, I reached out to our DPW commissioner, to our IT department, and the DPW staff got right on it without a doubt, and they were amazing. And I said, we need to set up a testing. Let's make sure the generator works. They brought the generator over, we scheduled a time. We were mindful not to have it on the day that there was a city council meeting, of course, and it worked. Because we have to have some sort of a plan in the event something happens in our city. That's what I do. I look at what we need to expand, what we need to improve, so that city government has no interruptions at all. So we had the generator come in, and it worked. The other project, if you all may know, per the U.S. Department of Labor, FLSA, we have to provide a space, a lactation space for our employees. DPW in that building, we're working on actually having a lactating room because there are employees, it's federal law, we have to provide them that space. Whether it's there, here, we have the pods in the basement, down on the first floor, so we have to provide the space. We're working that. That's another area that I want to make sure, worked with IAM team, the capital projects, DPW, we're all working on that to make sure that that happens, because that's important. And I'm a mother of two, and I for sure know that that's important. The emergency management director, as noted, that was funded, I think, starting in October. We posted that job. Unfortunately, we did not have the right candidates. And so it got reposted. But talk about communication. Talk about capacity. And talk about equity. An emergency management director, right? What we did was I reached out to a few other directors, and we came together and said, why aren't we getting the right candidate? And I worked with HR as well. And what we did is we actually looked at the job description, and we said, you know what? This is the reason, probably the reason why. And so we came together, we reposted it, and now we have a staff, as I mentioned, at my budget hearing starting on, I believe, on July 8th. I will make sure that emergency management director, whether I'm here or not, comes before all of you and introduces themselves to you. Because I, again, value the importance of them understanding and knowing who serves their community in addition to the mayor. Again, I just wanted to kind of run. These are just a few projects, not just the regular day-to-day operations that I'm working on. And I shouldn't say just that I'm working on, because in every project that I work on, it has other departments. It's overlapping. I'll end it, again, by respectfully saying that I understand your role. And I understand that it is budget time, and you have a lot of responsibilities during the budget. I understand that. And there's some tough decisions to be made. And if I am one of those tough decisions, I do want you to understand, And I shouldn't say me, I should really say the CAO position, because that's what respectfully it is. There's going to be a lot of work to be done. A lot of the emails that you may get from constituents or your requests that are coming into the mayor's office, I'm not saying this is going to happen, but it could potentially be like, it might take a little longer, it may not, but I'm just saying that's something to just think about in terms of any potential improvement that we're all working on together. I can't stress that word enough, together. On that note, thank you again to each and every one of you. And I'm happy to answer any questions that any one of you on the council, respectfully, through the president, may have. And while I don't live here, I work here, and I'm vested in my capacity as an employee of the city. And I really value the work that the Madam Mayor is doing, our staff is doing, and that includes, again, our union and non-union staff, and each and every one of you. So thank you, and you have a great rest of your evening, and happy to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Colleagues? Anyone who hasn't spoken? Councillor Scott?
Thank you, Mr. President, and I'd like to thank CAO Vargas for that presentation. Very impressive, 100%. And quite honestly, with a pitch like that, I probably would have voted for mayor if she was eligible to run. I said it earlier, I wouldn't blame anybody for changing their vote here based on the belief, from the compelling explanation. However, I'm glad the mayor's office reached out to some of my colleagues to talk about this, to try to change some minds. I think it was clear that many of us were struggling on Tuesday night. But it does make it hard for me to have a lot of faith in that spirit of collaboration when neither the mayor nor any of the 8 direct reports in the mayor's office, nor anybody else from the city, reached out to me to say, hey, I think we got it wrong on this CAO thing. Let's talk about that. Let's collaborate. So it's hard for me to feel like my vote is being considered that way. Again, no shade on the people involved here. This is it's a difficult time, and I support the choice of this council either way. I want to say it is, having heard that, I regret that I have not had more of an opportunity to work with somebody who is clearly a talented and passionate public servant. So, thank you, Mr. President.
All right, before we vote, just in the spirit of deliberating, if there are colleagues still thinking about this, Councilor McLaughlin.
Thank you, Mr. President. I do have a couple questions, and I definitely am impressed with the breadth of what we've discussed tonight. And the only thing I'd add is this is the longest conversation we've ever had with the CAO position. So I would hope that whatever happens tonight, there's more conversations like this, because would this conversation have happened if it didn't go down this way, which is not the right way to do it, not the way that I'd like to do it either, but this is the conversation we had. But I am impressed with what's being done from the position. I do have a couple quick questions. One is, well, first of all, this is a position that is in the proposed charter that we all voted to approve, and I'm just curious where we're at with the charter. And is that coming back to us, or can we just sign that document and send it to the State House where this position would be enshrined permanently in the city's charter?
Through the President, thank you so much for that question, Councillor. First, I wanted to acknowledge that I have not done a good job of keeping some of the councillors up to date on the progress of the status of the charter. So I wanted to acknowledge that. I have been keeping the staff, City Council staff up to date, but I should have communicated directly. With that, I will say that once we got the charter back from the City Council, I started having conversations with the Collins Center right away. And I got significant feedback on some of the, how should I describe it, non-controversial sections of the charter to make sure that the language is in line with some of the best practices and other charters that we see in Massachusetts and other communities. I also want to acknowledge that, that back and forth, that research, looking at other charters has taken significant time. Also, we've had to undertake significant review of some of our special acts. I can't even count how many special acts exist for us to decide how to dispose, whether we want to retain it or not. There's a lot of work that needed to be done on top of the day-to-day work that IGA does. I want to acknowledge that there has been a delay on my part on that project, and my hope is as soon as the FY 25 budget is wrapped up, I come back to this council with the proposal.
And
Councilor McLaughlin.
I think my issue, when I talk about the liaison positions too, I am not talking about individuals, and I just want to be clear about that, but again, the previous position I talked about, I felt like that position was empowered to speak on behalf of the mayor, and I don't get the impression with that right now. And my concern with this, the reason I'm saying it like this, is I feel like it's a complete document. I feel like we worked with your predecessor on this position, and on the charter, and I felt like we got to a final spot on it where we compromised, and I gave up a lot and was willing to accept things like a CAO and accept things like not having reallocation powers, things like this. And for it to be coming back to us instead of going forward to the State House is what concerns me. And if it did come back to us, I would be looking at the CAO position and its relevancy within the city charter and putting in safeguards, because this position is not an appointed position. It's like, of all the directors in the city, this is not an appointed position. They don't have to come before the city council to work for the mayor, like every other department head does. So I'm just saying that I would like to, and I'm not issuing an ultimatum either, because I just think this should have happened, and I don't blame the director for this. I think that it's sitting on the mayor's desk and should be passed. So that's where I'm at with that. I guess the other question I have is, the big issue I have is I feel like this council is being forced to go through the IGA's office and the mayor's administration to speak to the people who have answers. And I know there are people who work for the mayor who are new, and it's understandable they don't have answers, but the director has answers, and I can call that director and ask them, and we don't need to have a third person interacting with us, and that's the big issue that I've been having. So I guess the question is, first, like, is there a directive to directors to not speak to us, and can we communicate with them directly, and can we have some cooperation on that side? I'll CC people in an email, but I don't feel the need to wait for somebody when the director knows the answer and they can provide me that answer.
Director Singh.
Through the President, thank you so much for that question, Councillor. And I know some of the conversations I've been having recently, this issue has come up a lot. So I do want to start off by saying my plan is to come back to this council and provide more details about how better we can collaborate and communicate in an effective way. To answer your specific question, I want to be clear. We think it's great when the city council has a great working relationship with some of our department heads and division heads. I think that's a great way for our council to better understand all of the work that our department and division heads do, what are their current priorities, and what their day-to-day looks like. So I value that, and I encourage that. And I never want to be a barrier when it comes to our council interacting and collaborating with our department and division heads. Where I do seek, where I do want to make sure that IGA is looped in is, again, not because we want to be a barrier, but because we want to make sure, A, other relevant departments who should be part of that conversation are brought in. B, we're making sure that we're tracking these requests, whether it's a conversation on policy, whether it's a constituent question. IGA is making sure that you're getting back answers in a timely manner. And so it allows us to facilitate better and efficient communication. And I do appreciate feedback from all of you, and my goal after this budget is to come back, sit with each one of you to better understand how we can make that communication more effective and ensure that you don't feel like you're not getting the information that you need in order to serve this community.
Thank you. I do want to just say that my question is, have directors have been told to go through IGA instead of talking to us?
Through the chair, we encourage our staff to keep IGA in the loop as they're having conversations with the council for the reasons that I laid out earlier.
All right. Circle back to one more question that I would like to ask the mayor about charter reform. Where does she see this right now as a document? This is for the mayor specifically.
Madam Mayor, do you want to speak to that?
Yeah, so excuse me, through you, Mr. President, to the counselor for Ward 1. So I would just want to build off what IG Director Singh has just said, that she is still going through it. I have not seen the final draft, so it's still a work in progress.
It's just painful to hear this. It's like I'm so close to just like, I don't want to hurt people, and to hear that you haven't read the document. It's been there for 2 years. I just don't know what to say to that. It's like something I've worked on for years before it even got to this council, and the document has not been read. This position permanently in the city.
We got the document last year, so it was a year ago, as the director said. If I can remind you what happened last year, we had to move an entire school of 430 staff and students, and it was all hands on deck to move that, and that took the priority.
I'm sorry, this will be my last comment, I promise, but I discussed this with the mayor too, and she made that point, and my point is, it's a complete document that was negotiated with her staff. And we sacrificed so much to get to a point, to make it palatable for the mayor. I sacrificed so much, and it even gives the mayor the position that she wants most, with stipulations about how this position would operate. And it's just disappointing to hear that, and it just reinforces my feeling that the things I care about are not a priority. And these are, as Councilor Scott said, a generational change, a century change. It's been a century since we revised this charter. And to just know that that isn't a priority I don't think the schools or the homeless situation is an excuse to not sign in the document that was vetted through the Collins Center, the City Council, and the mayor's staff. So that's where I'm at. I'm sorry. I'm just...
So it's not that Excuse me, Mr. President. Through you to the good counselor from Ward 1 and the entire staff, it's not that it isn't a priority. It didn't go through our legal review, right? Our legal office. Still working on some of the language. I know, but they had issues with it, right? Yeah, so I was going to say, our city solicitor still had some issues with the language. And again, you know, this at the end of May, and this is, what is it, 3 weeks into June, so a little over a year ago, we had a school crisis. And our legal counsel hadn't finished going through it. It was all hands on deck. It is incredibly stressful to move an entire school with 430 people and to not think that that has a burden on people. It's not that this isn't a priority, and yes, we have a humanitarian crisis with our unhoused. That takes a lot of energy, a lot of departments, and I know the good president asked me about that this spring. Where is the status of this? And I said, it is a priority. We are hoping to be able to get through this after the budget season.
I'd like to comment on this point, if I may.
This is my final thought. The mayor has not read the document.
Would you mind taking the chair? This is awkward, but I'm not supposed to deliberate.
Councilor Yankampin.
Thank you, Madam President. So through you, I just want to address where I see my colleague from Ward 1 coming from, because I think it is very relevant to the decision between us. The visceral frustration that I hear being expressed, I think is incredibly valid, and I share it in a lot of ways. And I think, my opinion, is that this conversation is very important because that frustration is directed at the office of the mayor. That is how I feel. All of the concerns that we have heard, to me, they sound like frustration with the mayor's office. I just listened to this presentation of the CAO and what they do, and I just, none of that stuff sounded anywhere close to the stuff that I believe a lot of my colleagues are frustrated with, myself are frustrated with. And my opinion is that we would be cutting off our nose to spite our face. I think the frustration could not be realer, could not be more legitimate and valid. But just listen to that list of things. Like, I just don't think, I honestly, you know, for any colleagues who are on the fence, if this position had a different name, I don't think we would think twice about it. It just has this weird, it sounds like a city manager, and it's tied up with this frustration. I just ask us, like, is this really worth, you know, cutting off that work because of that frustration? And I wanted to share that with any colleagues who are on the fence about this.
Councilor McLaughlin.
Thank you. I'm sorry for talking so much, but this is, I just want to address Councilor Ewan-Campbell's position. I understand it. The reason why I think it's relevant to this is because the charter would make this permanent. It would make it accountable to the city council. And not moving forward without an appointment, without having it in the charter, I regret not holding it up to begin with, like some of my colleagues suggested, because I didn't think I would need leverage to pass a charter that recognizes women as voters in the city.
Yeah.
Councilor Mba. Sorry, on this point, Director Singh.
Through the president, to Councilor McLaughlin, I also wanted to highlight that my goal with the charter reform process is not only to have a document that reflects the value of the city council and the mayor's office, but also to have conversations with our partners who are giving me feedback and research around best practices and research around what language is most appropriate, because what we want to send back to the legislature is something that we feel confident they will pass. And I think we're aligned on the goals here. I hear you on urgency, and I acknowledge the delay. But I do think we're aligned on goals here, that we want to ultimately see something that passes the legislature. And my goal is to come back to this council with a document that reflects the values that you had shared when you sent over the proposal, along with some of the feedback that we have received. Just wanted to clarify that.
Councilor Mba.
Thank you, Mr. President. Through you, I want to appreciate the CAO for your presentation. It was so moving. I really am grateful. I wish either you started with that or maybe I heard from you before, but this reinforces my no vote because I complain about...
Let's go through the chair, please.
Yes, through the chair. I complain about the lack of communication, and you've seen it. The liaison director of intergovernmental organization, the mayor, the previous administration, I've met with all these people with text. If there's something come up, even if I discuss something, they'll reach out to me. Obviously, my vote didn't matter, so nobody reached out to me because they probably thought, so I don't think I want, so just to show that there was no communication within the executive branch, maybe the kingmakers will support this, they will change their mind, but I'm a no vote because nobody values, to reach out to me to say, hey, Will, why did you vote on this? Let's talk about it so that I can show that I don't have any axe to grind. I'm just trying to follow, process, but I don't, so that's where I come down to. I'm still a no vote.
Councilor Pineda-Neufeld.
Thank you, Mr. President. Through you, to CAO Vargas, I appreciate your list of accomplishments. I was diligently taking notes. I wish we got that during the budget hearing, and I invite you in the future to share the depth of work that you're doing with this council through whatever process feels right for you. I'm incredibly impressed with all of the things that you're working on. My notes from tonight differ greatly from the notes I took during the budget hearing around the accomplishments and the goals. And I know there is limited time, but with this key position and with it being new, I do invite you to share more comprehensively with us. So I just want to say thank you. The one, it's not a question, Mr. President, but more of a reflection, is that during the budget hearing for this position, one of the items mentioned was a listening tour with city staff, which, of course, with this kind of a position, you must make sure you get an understanding of what's working well, what's not working well, where are folks at. I just invite the CAO and the mayor's office generally to see the city councilors as more than legislators, to understand the depth of commitment we have to our constituents, the amount of communication we have with our constituents, the requests we get from our constituents, the level of connection we have to residents in the city, the depth of knowledge that we have to systems and processes in the city that work and don't work, both from our perspective and from the perspective of those that we serve and those that we represent, and to not leave us out of listening sessions and conversations about internal operations, because I think there's some knowledge in this room that would go a long way to improving the city. So just a kind of point of feedback as I was comparing my notes between budget hearings and reflecting on what the CAO has shared. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Said.
Through you, Mr. President, I would like to say that this is an uncomfortable situation, and at the same time, I'm glad we're having this conversation. I think for me, at least, the takeaways are there's a lack of communication, and it's real. There's a lot of frustration, and it's real. There's a lack of urgency, and it's real. I know we have received some responses tonight, but as you can hear, we're not really satisfied. It sounds as if like we are communicating, but we're not really communicating. Maybe tonight is not like really the time for it, but this is just to say that I would like to reiterate what some of my colleagues said, which is there's a lack of communication. We would like better communication. We want the administration to act with urgency. And also, we would like the administration to reflect on the restrictions that are being put on us when it comes to communication with department heads. So I hope out of this conversation, we will be able to just reflect and do better. Thank you.
Does anyone else wish to speak before we vote? Councillor Wilson, excuse me.
Mr. President, to your earlier points about the position title and the frustration with, we'll say, other aspects of executive administration, I couldn't agree more. As a matter of fact, last year when we were deliberating on this position, I'd raised concerns about the title. I think if this position were called, say, Executive Director of Operations, if it were in its own office, not in executive administration, I don't think we'd be here having this conversation tonight. I don't want to see us scapegoat the wrong position for any frustrations that we're feeling with the executive, and I worry that is what's happening tonight.
Councillor Davis. Councillor Councillor Davis.
So, thank you, the councilor from Ward 1. And thank you again to Chief Administrative Officer Vargas for that presentation. You don't have to say that. I just want to make sure I looked where you were. I agree with what the good councilor from Ward 7 said. If I'd heard that the other night, I probably would have gone into I certainly would have gone into the whole consideration with a different perspective. I'm wildly frustrated with so many aspects of the circumstances, the conversation. I said the other night that if the mayor's office were to send the charter up to Beacon Hill the way it was drafted, and this position comes back, then I'd stick to my word. I'm realizing now it creates an interesting scenario where we would maybe not have this position for a period of time and potentially have it again if in the dreamland when the legislature actually approves our petition. But through you, Mr. President, to Director Singh, if I could, because this is on the point, if you'll allow it, about the status of the charter, I'm a little confused about what I thought I heard, the level of review and revision that the Collins Center is doing, because my understanding, and as I thought it was presented to us, was that the Collins Center folks were intimately involved in the commission that ultimately put forth a recommendation. I certainly understood from their comments that they were involved in drafting to some degree at least. So could you just, through the president, could you speak to that a little bit? Why is it there's such a heavy revision and review from the Collins Center folks, if given their role in what was initially presented to us?
Director.
Through the chair, thank you for the question, Councilor Davis. So first I want to clarify, there were a few substantive issues that we had flagged from the administration's perspective during the charter review committee meetings that we had put on record that we want to go back and have conversations with the relevant staff regarding practicality, implementation. Just a few off the top of my head. I know we had shared on record that we want to go back and take a look at audit language. We want to go back and review the proposal that was submitted around mayoral term, around boards and commissions, and you know, I'm happy to provide a more exhaustive list of specific provisions that we said that we want to go back and review with staff. Apart from that, I was not around when the Charter Review Commission put forward their recommendation, so I can't speak to that. But I do know that Collins Center had some feedback on some of the provisions that came as part of City Council proposal that was unrelated to what I think were some of the council priorities. So I'm not talking about outside legal counsel. I'm not talking about access to information. I'm talking about, for example, around a provision related to school committee vacancy, and we had to. I got feedback on what the best practices are. I got feedback on what the state law says on that, and I got feedback on what other communities, what's the typical language and how it's typically done, how those vacancies are typically filled. So had to have extensive conversation and back and forth to make sure that we land in a good place. That process could have gone quicker if the IGA team was fully staffed. We are now fully staffed. We've had to respond to urgent issues as the mayor pointed out earlier, and my hope is shortly after the budget, I come back to this council with a proposal.
Mr. Chair, as the chair of the Charter Commission, could I?
Councilor Pineda-Neufeld had said on this point. Okay, Councilor Scott, go ahead.
Mr. President, I still have the floor. I'm happy to yield to the good councilor from Ward 2. I always get the words screwed up, even though I've been here forever. If for clarification on that point, to my question.
For clarification on the point, I'm not trying to take your time.
On this point, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President. Through you to my good colleague from Ward 6, I did want to make it clear that there has been outreach about the charter. The last update I received was October 16th of 2023. That would be last year. In response to emails from myself and Beverly Schwartz, I received a phone call. At that time, I was told that they still needed to run it by other departments and had questions about when they would send it, but they hoped that they would be returning to us very soon in October of 2023. My last understanding of the biggest objection was a desire for the City Council to not be in charge of the appointment and monitoring of the city's audit. So that is my most recent status update, Mr. President, just to make it clear.
Councilor Davis.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, through you, thank you to the good councilor from Ward 2. So I heard you mentioned the council appointment of the audit, and I believe I heard Director Singh mention something along those lines, which may have been the same point. I mean, my understanding from that process was that was a recommendation from the Collins Center that other municipalities do, so I'm hard-pressed to imagine what's the issue with that. The director mentioned the mayoral term, which is the same mayoral term we currently have now, so hard to imagine what the issue is there. So I'm not feeling a warm embrace of collaboration on the proposed charter that, after extensive time from the mayor's commission, led to the submission. I certainly could understand if there was a little bit of discussion about the specific things that the council changed, but I'm going through a lot of mental and emotional gymnastics to try and have some dissonance between the issue at hand and sort of what we're hearing in response to some of these questions. And I was, my intent, whoops, oh, I just broke my sponge. I know, you're missing yours. I heard it when his peas were popping over there before. Sorry, it's late. Through the president. So, I was going to ask Director Singh if we could get a better, more definitive commitment on at least a date range when we're going to have the charter. It has been well over a year now, and I do understand that other things happened. I'm just, the level of review and revision that I'm hearing doesn't align with what I thought was necessary, and it just doesn't track for me, but I'll look forward to seeing it. But to hear the good counsel from Ward 2 note that in October, I can't remember what the word was, but it sounded like perhaps a return of the document was imminent. I'm not sure how much weight I could put on a commitment at this point. See, now mine's doing it. But I might as well ask the question anyways, through you, Mr. President, to Director Singh. You said shortly after the budget. What does that mean? When are we going to see the document?
Through the chair, I'll just first address something you said earlier. My goal is to submit a transmittal memo along with the proposal that explains all of the substantive and non-substantive edits, so that would be helpful, and I'm happy to walk you through some of the specifics of the changes that we're working on. Again, my goal is to have it submitted shortly after the budget. I know that there will be a recess, but I still plan on sharing it with the City Council so we can start having some of the conversations before we come back from the summer break.
So does that mean during the recess?
Correct.
Councilor Davis?
Thank you, Mr. President. So you took the words out of us. So we will see a document come back to us during the recess?
Correct. That's the hope.
Okay. So back to the specific issue at hand, and again, I just, as I said at every stage, I continue to be very impressed with the individual holding the role of CAO. If you need somebody to come down to Rhode Island and door knock for you, let me know. Be happy to do that. Maybe we should have gone to a city manager. Maybe we got this wrong in the first place, because I hear all of those things and I just keep thinking that sounds like a mayor and a chief of staff and a Department of Intergovernmental Affairs and the brilliant department heads that we have on, to implement on the ground all of those different things. I get why we have one person doing that now, because the way our city has been run for however long, it just, I continue to feel that this is not a position and is not structured in a way that makes the most sense. I'm still struggling with the incredible desire to just change my mind and say, you know what, keep doing all that work, and we'll address the other mayoral issues when the time comes. And I said the other mayor meaning like sort of the two mayor concept here that we've been talking about. But I saw other people raise their hands, so I'm going to sit back and listen more.
Who raised their hands? Councilor Pineda-Neufeld.
Councilor McLaughlin, did I make that up? Me? You?
Councilor Pineda-Neufeld, then Councilor Klingon.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. President. My question's not about charter reform. I appreciate good Councilor at Large, Councilor Wilson, reminding us. I agree with, through you, Mr. President, I agree with Councilor Said's reflection about the frustration many of us feel and have voiced this evening, and share the frustration, the three you mentioned, communication, urgency, the restrictions that we feel are put upon us. I want to remind this council the responsibility we have to focus on the item at hand, which is two budgets presented before us, one with a CAO position and one without. We are currently deliberating a budget that contains the CAO position, and it sounds to me as if the frustrations as named so far as reflected by the good counselor in Ward 5, are directed at the wrong person, directed, frankly, towards the mayor's office, toward the executive herself, and not toward the CAO. My comments on Tuesday evening and this evening have, I believe, focused on the position. I so appreciated the much more comprehensive list of projects and accomplishments of this role. And I want to remind our colleagues that we should take this responsibility this evening of this vote ahead of us seriously. It's a person's role. It's a job that we agreed to fund and create as a council. And our frustrations are real, and I am glad the mayor's in the room to hear them, and I hope the team reflects after this evening, after what they've heard from the council, but that the vote in front of us is about a budget that funds the city. It's about a budget that does or does not contain a position that we heard this evening is working on a lot of systemic issues with the city. So because of that, I will be voting to support this budget with the CAO position.
Councillor Klingon?
Thank you, Mr. President. Through you, more or less just a general comment. This is just unfortunately, things didn't go the way you had laid out in terms of it hopefully being a quick, efficient, productive. Well, I don't want to say this is productive, but I just want to say I'm definitely continuing the feeling of really feeling crappy the same way I left feeling Tuesday night. This isn't something that I take lightly, and I'm sorry that put all the department heads through this airing of grievances, and even though I feel like it's really been cathartic, and I think messages have been received, and a lot of frustration has been vented, that for me is still separate from the position at hand. While I don't want to say that, I don't know, maybe I differ, but I think some of the things on this list, to me, do not require an additional body. Perhaps, maybe it is psychological. Maybe, as Councillor Wilson said, if it was called something else. But my understanding of this position was just a little different than, lactation pods, for one, at a building. And so, for me, I'm going to stick to my no vote on this. And I think that, we have some learning to do from this and some more discussions, but I'll be sticking with them.
Mr. President?
Councillor Scott.
As we conclude the third hour of this meeting, and I've had way too many Diet Cokes, I would like to ask if perhaps we could stand at recess for a little bit, gives our colleagues some time for reflection before we call a vote on this.
Great idea. It is 10:03. We'll take a 7-minute recess, colleagues. right, colleagues, let's get back together. I'll call this meeting back to order. The full council is present in the chambers. Chief of Staff Spencer, do you want to say a word? I'm happy to sponsor you.
Hi, thank you, Mr. President. Nikki Spencer, Chief of Staff, she, her, hers, through you. I wanted you to have the full set of the mayor's office tonight. Sorry, it's late and I deal with stress with humor. Hannah and Kimberly will be next, just kidding. You don't often hear from me, and through Mr. President. When I took this position in January 2022, some of the things that our CAO, Lamas Vargas, mentioned tonight were apparent to me. It was apparent that for many years, we had built up our muscles of progressive policies and programs. And if, again, you'll forgive my humor, but we had skipped leg day for a long time. Our foundation was not there. And like I said the other night, it's not just what you see on the ceiling or in City Hall or some of our other buildings, but it's also in our systems. And that is not the fault of the staff and the people that you see behind you who work tirelessly. And the thing that I said on one of my first days was like, wow, it feels like things are being held with chewing gum and string, and got a lot of laughs, but it's also chewing gum, string, and exceptional staff who are working so hard to make things work. So when I took this position, some of the things that CAO Vargas mentioned were apparent. Some of the things were not. And it wasn't until she joined and was able to see this broader view that we were able to, apologies, I think folks are wondering about. Okay, thank you. That we were able to really dig deep and see some of the issues. Now, please know that I tried, and there were things that we managed to do without a CAO. But often there was no time, bandwidth, or frankly, the political capital to focus on these things instead of the shared values that we started off budget season by noting that we have around the important language access issues, or human services, or housing. There are impossible choices that we make every day. And I don't just mean the mayor's office, that I think our department's heads, that our staff make every day about where to spend our time. And without a chief administrative officer, I'm not saying the sky won't fall, will fall, pardon me. But what I will cobble together will not be nearly as good. That sky will be a lot less pretty and less comprehensive. When I took this role, my predecessor, who I have immense respect for, her final words to me are, "You will never have enough time." And you have to make peace with that. And that is the mantra that I use every day. There's never enough time, and what matters is with what you have. I can go faster and farther. Everyone in the city can go faster and farther with a chief administrative officer watching our backs, making sure we don't skip leg day. And again, I'm joking, but I'm also deadly serious. We need this position. And whatever you think about the mayor's office and how we can do better, and we are so open to that, I really urge you. Again, I cannot recall which of our esteemed council members said, you know, biting off our nose to spite our face, but we could make a really grave error. I urge you not to. Thank you.
Thank you, and I'm glad you were joking. None of us would ever skip leg day. Councilor McLaughlin.
Leg days every day, Mr. President. CAO Vargas has made the best argument tonight for her position, and other arguments I've heard just keep me reeling back to voting no, because I just don't believe anything's being taken seriously about the concerns I have with the structure of government. I'm not made of stone. Friggin', I have feelings too, and I don't like hurting people, and I was convinced that CAO Vargas has taken on serious responsibilities, and even though it wasn't a part of the job, I do identify with her personal story as well. Even as a white man, like, I felt what she was saying about her background. I do want to say that the word scapegoat was used, and I'm not trying to scapegoat an individual. I am calling into question a position of immense power in the city that is almost equivalent to the mayor, that in other cities would be in a charter. And I just thought that the mayor that I worked with for several years around this horseshoe, who heard me talk about charter reform, who was a part of conversations, like the public, anybody who was interested in charter reform could have attended these meetings. And to hear, I haven't read the document and it's because I'm busy, is just like, it hurts me, like really on a personal level. Like, that may sound crazy, but to spend years working on something, to reform the government, that is like most people in the city probably don't think about at all. And I think about it because a century from now, this is gonna exist while we're all gone. And it will improve government, it will improve equity and transparency, because we live in a very top-heavy form of government, which naturally creates inequalities in the way we make decisions. So this is why I'm so frustrated, and it just bothers me so much, and why I'm taking up the entire night talking about the charter when we're talking about a CAO. I'm gonna vote yes for this position. And I'll just say that next year, maybe I won't. And it's just like, and I mean that, it's like, even tonight, I'm just like, should I vote yes? Should I vote no? Should I, and so many times I'm just like, I'm never gonna see the change that I wanna see in this city. And to me, just so people understand completely, this isn't about elections to me. And it's not about clubs and cliques. It's about the future of the city and the relevancy of the city council. And to hear, I'm definitely not confident that anything I want to achieve is going to be achieved this year. But next year, there's another story. Director Vargas, thank you. I think you have made a good case. And again, I wish we had these conversations more between budget seasons. And I'll just say again, and if I vote no next year, if I see no change next year, just know it's not because of the individual sitting in that chair, because a century from now, that position's going to exist here. And I want to make sure that this city council has some sort of say in what goes on in the city.
Councillor Davis.
Thank you, Mr. President. I also sort of had a whole speech plan in my head, but there's a lot of it that I couldn't improve on what the good councilor from Ward 1 just said, so I'll give you the short version. A couple things I want to clarify. I just want to be clear. None of my argument have been about, well, I've certainly expressed frustration about a lot of things, and we've heard a lot of frustration here. And certainly a listener could interpret that as being not about this position, but actually about frustration towards the mayor's office or operations or communication or everything else, and those are all completely valid. In my mind, much of that is directly relevant to this position. I think that, and as I said earlier, the explanation for the specific type of work, the things that the chief administrative officer has been involved in, working with our department heads, who are the ones on the ground doing the work in those departments. I think it's clear. I think we're all clear, how lucky we are to have those folks, and how much I'm sure they're involved. And Director Vargas said herself that part of the calculation was to not want to take the spotlight away from them, and I think that was well placed. At the end of the day, I'm a systems person. I'm a rule of law person, and it's my strong belief that this position should not exist outside of the charter without the type of oversight that I personally fought to get into the draft charter for this position. But as I alluded to in my last comment, it's kind of a silly argument to say, I'm going to cut it now, and then if the mayor sends the charter up and it's approved in a fairy tale world next week, then the position comes back, or next year. Like, that's just dumb. Never in my wildest imagination, well, it's probably not true, never in my reasonable imagination did I think we'd be sitting here a year from now without having finished the conversation about the charter. I thought for sure it would be languishing on Beacon Hill by now, where it probably will eventually languish for years on end. Praise whoever that it won't. If we're still sitting here next year and we don't have a charter sent up, there's no universe in which I'm supporting this position continuing. It's just too powerful and too important to exist without the oversight that we specifically agreed belongs on this position in the charter that we sent to the mayor's office over a year ago. But I'm compelled to agree with a lot of the arguments that have been made that we probably don't accomplish much by getting rid of it tonight and then hoping Beacon Hill allows us to put it back in, X number of weeks or months from now, if ever. So, as my colleague from Ward 1 said, if we're having this conversation again next year, you pretty much guess where I'm going to come down. But I've been convinced that this is not the right call to make tonight for a variety of reasons, and so I'm going to change my vote.
Councilor Pineda-Neufeld has had her hand up. Please.
Mr. President, I'd like to call the question on this item.
Question has been called. Let's vote.
This is on item 24-0954, the appropriation of $342,878,129 to fund the fiscal year 2025 general fund operating budget. Councilor McLaughlin.
Yes.
Councilor Davis.
Yes.
Councilor Wilson.
Yes.
Councilor Said.
Yes.
Councilor Scott.
No.
Councilor Mba. Councilor Mba, you do have to vote.
Jesus Christ. That's very inappropriate.
Yes.
Councilor Burnley.
No.
Councilor Klingon.
Yes.
Councilor Strezzo.
Yes.
Councilor Pineda-Neufeld.
Yes.
Councilor Ewan-Campen.
Yes.
With 9 councilors in favor and 2 opposed, that item is approved.
Excellent. I move for reconsideration in the hopes that reconsideration fails.
On that one right away.
Yeah. Is there anyone, do we call the roll on reconsideration?
We do.
Vote no if you don't want to change your vote.
Actually, no, everybody's here. Sorry.
Yeah, everybody's here.
We do
Does
not.
anyone want to change their vote? Reconsideration fails. We'll place item 10.2 on file.
And I believe the next item we were going to take out of order is item 10.5.
Yes, let's move on to the low-key conversation about water and sewer rates.
Conveying the fiscal year 2025 water.
Congratulations, everybody. Thank you for being here.
I think they are going to move in a table.
Okay.
Are they moving it?
Is there a table being moved in for the water and sewer rates? Okay, great. Let's recess for 5 minutes while the table comes in. back. Come back. One, two, three, four. All right, colleagues, we'll call this meeting back to order. Before we take up the water and sewer rates, I was asked to take up the Finance Committee reports because there's a number of staff hanging out just until we deal with that. So we will take up...
And Mr. President, could I jump in and move to waive the readings of items 6A to 6H, please?
Yes, we will waive the readings on those items. Councillor Wilson.
Thanks, Mr. President. The Finance Committee met on 8 evenings over the past 3 weeks to do our duty of financial oversight by reviewing the proposed FY 2025 budget. Despite the very compressed schedule as a result of the extremely early approval date here tonight, I generally felt the committee and the committee of the whole on those nights did a pretty decent job of asking questions about the proposed budget in front of us. There were uncharacteristically few cuts this year, just 3 proposed and 2 ultimately recommended for approval. And then 2 resolutions for reallocation that were motioned and recommended for approval as well. We held a public hearing on June 4th where 14 members of the community turned out to share their thoughts on the proposed budget. Over the 7 evenings where we held departmental budget hearings, we met for a total of 18 hours and 46 minutes, up slightly, 5% from last year's record low total of 17 hours and 52 minutes, possibly as a result of the tight timeline that I mentioned. Saw us only take 2 nights off over the past 3 weeks. There were fewer pre-submitted questions and many more questions asked of department division heads in those meetings. But here we are tonight. So once again, I'll express appreciation to my colleagues on finance, and I'll ask that this committee report be accepted as submitted.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. Seeing no discussion, the committee reports are accepted. And that puts a bunch of items before us.
That puts 36 items before the council for approval or for disposition.
And Mr. President, I'll move to place on file items 6H2, 6H13 and 14, and 6H37, as those have all been replaced by relevant items in tonight's agenda.
Thank you. Those items are placed on file.
And then I'll move to approve all the other items coming out of committee tonight.
On those items. Do we need roll calls on these? Roll call.
First approval, and then we'll roll call a couple.
No discussion. Those items are approved. And now the roll calls.
And that puts 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 items before the council for a roll call vote. Those items are 24-0838, appropriating $500,000 from the COVID Stabilization Fund, 24-0839, creating a community composting stabilization fund, 24-0842, appropriating $149,051 from the RSJ Fund, 24-0848, appropriating $270,000 from the Immigrant Legal Services Stabilization Fund, and 24-0851, appropriating $725,000 from the Capital Projects Stabilization Fund. On those items, Councilor McLaughlin, Councilor Davis,
Yes.
Councilor Wilson,
Yes.
Councilor Said,
Yes.
Councilor Scott,
Yes.
Councilor Mba,
Yes.
Councilor Burnley,
Yes.
Councilor Klingon,
Yes.
Councilor Strezzo,
Yes.
Councilor Pineda-Neufeld,
Yes.
Councilor Ewan-Campen.
Yes.
With 10 councilors in favor and 1 absent, those items are approved.
Excellent. Do we need reconsideration on those?
You can if you want, yeah.
I move to reconsider. Does anyone wish to change their vote? Reconsideration fails.
Excellent. And that will return us then, I believe, to the item that we were planning to take out of order, which is item 10.5, a communication of the mayor conveying the fiscal year 2025 water and sewer rate proposal.
Excellent. And I just want to say briefly, it is 10:45 p.m. Please, no speeches, colleagues. You have questions that are going to affect your vote? Ask away. Directors, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. We'll try not to take up too much time. On what is now Tuesday, we presented the alternative rates which you approved to present here, in which we are proposing an average increase of approximately 3% to the water and sewer rates. That consists of the 9.5% for water increase, 0% for sewer, and 0 change on the base fees. This will increase the average household water and sewer charges by just over $2 per household per month, and it will generate an additional $1.6 million for the Water Enterprise Fund. We are able to do this by utilizing our retained earnings, all of the available retained earnings on the water side, and all the necessary retained earnings on the sewer side. This $1.6 million that would be generated from the increase for the Water Enterprise Fund would go towards the, in addition to the fixed costs that we have for MWRA and our capital investments that are already set. The only other expenses we have which we can negotiate and lower are personnel and ordinary maintenance, of which can make up $3.2 million of our budget. So this $1.6 million increase would fund half of our personnel and ordinary maintenance portion of our budget for the water side. Anything else?
Questions? Councilor Wilson.
Thanks, Mr. President. Through you to Director Bean, or Director Vidalis, whoever's more able to answer this. If we were to reject these tonight and just go with unchanged rates for FY25, 0 and 0, as opposed to 9.5 and 0, probably, let's be real, we're going to have to scrap some, or at least postpone some projects. The Mystic River outflow and sewer separation, and probably Morrison. What would we have to, even with those out of the picture, what would we have to raise our rates by next year just to pay for everything else?
Through you, Mr. President, to Chairman Wilson. First of all, the action you've just taken, we've appropriated retained earnings to backstop the Water Enterprise Fund that was planned, as well as the Sewer Enterprise Fund. If we vote a 0-0 situation, we'll have to come back next week and appropriate free cash to the Water Enterprise Fund, probably about $1.5 million, $1.6 million to backstop the budget. Revenue has to be there to backstop the budget. I can't speak into what projects would be put aside, but I think if I could just maybe address some of the issues that come up. I think number one is, I think we have to take a very serious look at the extent of this water sewer capital improvement plan. What was presented to you a few years back in 2022, it's a staggering amount of money. It's $510 million over a 10-year period. And since then, interest rates have gone up, construction costs have gone up dramatically. So, as a financial planner, I'm very concerned about the long-range outlook here. And to fund the water sewer CIP plan was assumed, and scenarios were put forward back then, a few years back, especially when we appropriated for Poplar Street. It's contingent on rate increases year after year after year. Now, I think, the environment has changed. I think it's very important to have a further discussion with the council, perhaps in September. I think, I've spoken to Mr. Raich, Mr. Vidalis. We need to go back and take a look at these projects and what we can sustain and what is a tolerable situation for our ratepayers and for the city. Debt service will go up dramatically, and what funds the debt service is going to be the rates, it's going to be grants, but it's a staggering amount of money. And, you know, I am concerned that you will have these debates year after year. So I think we've got to look at the long-range plan, look at the water sewer CIP, perhaps defer or reset, and come up with a series of rates that I think will be sustainable and tolerable, that will get your approval year after year after year. I think we have to have that type of concurrence to go forward. Otherwise, we're going to have these debates year after year after year. I understand, of course, it's a tough year for all, and that's understood. But the base revenue, if we do vote zero, of course, that is going to make it a little bit more difficult in terms of funding down the line. What we uploaded today was the projections from the consultant, Stantec, that's been working with the Water Department about rate scenarios with debt service. That is something we're going to have to look back at. But looking at those projections, I think we put together, maybe Ms. Vidalis can walk through those with you. No, we want to look at what is proposed is the 9.5 and 0 for sewer, 9.5 for water, and then there's also a scenario of 0.0.
Thank you to you, Mr. President. Through you, Mr. President, to the council. As Director Bean mentioned, we are committed to looking over the capital improvements immediately, as soon as possible after budget is done, and seeing where we are going to make sure it is something that's tenable. We hear you, and we want to keep these rates as minimal as possible, but in addition to that, we also want to make sure we are in compliance with our regulatory requirements and performing the capital improvements we have to avoid any additional administrative orders on that portion. So it's a balancing act that we are committed to reevaluating soon and often. Given that, a 0% increase on water, so that would be a vote on no increase for what is presented before you, would result in increased requests potentially in the future of 17% for FY26 and FY27, and then declining at 12%, 7, and then back down to single digits. If we keep the consultant did 10%, but we are proposing 9.5%, it is relatively close, wouldn't be a significant change. So as opposed to 17s the next couple of years, they would be 12% increases, 2 12% increases followed by a 10, a 7, and then down to 3% changes. This would result, because it is exponential increasing, this would result in rates in taking, for example, a lot further out, FY 2030, a no increase, the water and sewer rates would be, the water rates would be higher than if we did the 9.5% this year. In 2030, they would be lower than no increase this year versus 2030. And to Councillor Wilson's direct question, we have not done the calculations on what the outcome would be if we halted capital improvements on those two aforementioned projects. That's something we'll happily go back with our consultant and with Stantec and figure out and get back to you, but we don't have that number today. If I had to imagine, we have to go through with these because these are regulatory required for our combined sewer overflows due to heavy rainfalls and intense rain events on the sewer side.
Mr. President, my question is going to be, we may have to go forward with this, but it's at what point in time? We have to have a situation that's sustainable for the ratepayers as well as for the city. Poplar Street, of course, was the major appropriation, $101 million project. We've been able to net that down with $10 million in ARPA funds, $2.5 million EPA grant. And the other way we're trying to mitigate these rates is appropriating money from free cash to the Water Sewer Stabilization Fund. We're going to use $5 million from the Sewer Stabilization Fund to bring down the borrowing to $84 million. $84 million. So just to give you an idea, is at the current interest rates, and we're in a high interest rate environment, that's about $4.5 million a year, $4.5 million a year in debt service to be funded on the Sewer Enterprise Fund. And the appropriation for 2025 is $5 million, so you're going to add 4.5 on a $5 million for just one project. And of course, we have other major projects, which Mr. Rage can talk about, Spring Hill sewer separation notably, as well as continued work on the Somerville Ave Union Square site. So we're talking about some fairly substantial increases here. Question was raised, well, why don't we go to the general fund on these? Why can't we have the property tax general fund some of these? Well, we've got a $437 million 5-year general fund CIP, which we also will need to reset. I'm hoping that we'll see interest rates go down. You've been reading the paper about the interest rate environment. I think that, that they will go down. On Poplar Street, we'll have to be borrowing next May, and I think we'll have a lower interest rate environment. But we don't want to emasculate the general fund CIP either. I mean, there's some major projects there. We have, crumbling buildings, streets. We're going to have to build a new school some years down the line. We've got to renovate the existing schools. And we're pretty much at the Prop 2.5 levy limit. So, and as I've testified earlier, we've got declining new commercial growth. So, if we were to start funding some of these water sewer on the general fund, then we probably got to make accommodations on some of the general fund projects. So that's the situation that we're in.
Follow-up, any, Councilor Wilson?
Not right now, Mr. President.
Councilor Scott.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think my questions are substantially shorter than that. And because I've talked about water and sewer far too much for the last several years, just to recap, in the past year, were any heavy machine operators hired by the water or sewer department to increase our internal capacity? Through you, Mr. President.
Through you, Mr. President. We have one hire in the sewer division, none in the water division.
That's, my question was about heavy machine operators.
Mr. President, to clarify, I was referring specifically to special heavy machine equipment operators. We do not have any heavy machine equipment operators in our department.
All right. And so the answer was yes, you have one starting when?
Through the President, started at the beginning of the fiscal. He's been on with us for some time now.
Okay. And did the Water and Sewer Department put a ratepayer assistance program in place this year?
Through you, Mr. President, we have not yet. We are still on schedule as we had reported through our update and when we initially kicked off the program to have it in place for January 2025.
All right. Mr. President, that sounded like a pretty long no. I appreciate that. I think, and I appreciate the sentiment of what it would be like if we were here asking the same questions another year. So thank you, I'm all set.
Councilor Klingon.
I just have a question through you, Mr. President. So this is year 4 of the plan, the rate increases, the 12% or 10, between 10 and 12%. So if we were to, what do the next couple of years look like if we vote in favor of these increases? If we don't vote zeros, what kind of percentages are we looking at for the next couple of years out?
Through you, Mr. President. We're looking at similar increases for the next 3 years in the 10 to 12% on the water side. On the sewer, what is presented in front of you is a 0 for this year. Going forward with that, we're looking at approximately a couple 17s, followed by a couple 12s, and then back down to single digits.
Thank you, Mr. President. All right, because we were sold a bill of goods that after the 4 years, it was going to go back down to like the rates that we sort of came to expect over the years. I don't know how we're going to get a handle on these. I know these projects are important, but I really, as was mentioned in Mr. Bean's speech around the 2.5 override, as you know, we're going to be needing another 2.5 override. Like, we continue to go back to the taxpayer, to the ratepayer, to the renters for more and more money on these projects that, there's a lot of money, a lot of other money being laid out for other things that it seemed like the main functions of government should be the priority, and the residents should be the priority. And I just feel like we are getting to a place now where we are just pushing to the hilt with all the different fees and debt service amounts, 2.5 overrides. It's very troubling.
Any further deliberations? Councilor McLaughlin.
I say all my speeches today, Mr. President, and I think I already addressed this. So don't stop me if you heard this already. I said last year that I'll vote for this now, but I don't think I will next year. And here we are a year later, and it hasn't changed, so I'm voting no. I do think money exists that can address this, and I hope in the future, when we have a plan in place to help people who can't afford this, that I would vote for rate increases, because I understand that this is important work, and that there's people working very hard at this.
Councilor Mba.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think if I'm thinking about, usually every year, there's always project that fall short, that you can actually, I think you can get money from that. And also when you close the books during the last quarter also, I think there's always unspent money, any money from the city general tax revenue that ends up unspent, at the end of on July 1st. So all I'm trying to say is I think the city can be creative in terms of looking for ways to kind of cover this, because I was taking note about when you said if we don't do this, they're going to come back, to increase for fiscal year 2026 and 27 by 17%. It's you've decided not to be creative in terms of finding other ways. I think, are you saying that you can't find other ways to, cover this cost without anticipating that the fact that you don't cover it now, that if it's 0% for water and sewer, it means that you have to increase the percentage of how much you want to charge in the following years. It's not super clear to me that the city can be creative, because otherwise you might even have to start cutting some contractors, just to kind of fill in the gap. But I think that you don't have to go there. There's always something that you can do. You don't think? Through you, Mr. Chair.
Through you, Mr. President, we are going to be continuously looking for other avenues for funding and sources to pay for the projects, as well as the enterprise, sustain the enterprise funds. Unused money does get put aside, is certified by the Department of Revenue, and then that becomes the retained earnings, which we are utilizing this year. So the intent is to try to keep the costs down by utilizing the retained earnings. But as the costs increase, as these projects come online, we want to hold on to the retained earnings for future subsidies, as opposed to use it now and have nothing in the future to rely on.
True, Mr. President. It's all is just to say I don't feel comfortable voting for this. I'm still a little every night when we sit here, there's some residents always sending text messages just saying they can't keep increasing stuff. So, and I keep thinking about these folks. I'm not sure I'm sure they speak for a lot of other people that don't watch this meeting, that don't know what is coming. And so that's where I'm coming at. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. All right. Councilor Scott? No, vote. I'll just say for my part, I'm going to vote for it. I think that this is the right thing to do. I do not think the sky is going to fall by any means, but I think this is a much more responsible way to do it. My understanding of the proposed increase is the average ratepayer bill will go up by something between $30 and $40 a year, is my calculation, if it's half of what it was in the last proposal. That's not nothing, and I don't take that lightly, but I think that's a reasonable ask to make of our community to invest in this stuff. That's why I'm going to support it. Let's call the question.
On the item, the water and sewer rates for fiscal year 2025. Councilor McLaughlin.
No.
Councilor Davis.
Yes.
Councilor Wilson.
Yes.
Councilor Said.
Yes.
Councilor Scott.
No.
Councilor Mba.
No.
Councilor Burnley.
No.
Councilor Klingon.
No.
Councilor Strezzo.
No.
Councilor Pineda-Newfeld.
Yes.
Councilor Ewan-Campen.
Yes.
With 5 councilors in favor and 6 opposed, that item is not approved.
All right, so 2 things to say, colleagues. One, I think, I think the members of this body made very clear last year what they wanted to see in order to be able to move on this, and those things didn't happen, and I think I hope that they happen by next year. I don't want to be in this position again. And the other thing, I hate to say this, but we have to meet again on Tuesday now. I didn't want that to affect anybody's vote, but we have to have another meeting now.
Motion to reconsider, Mr. President.
So that was the purpose of that special meeting on Tuesday, is because they have to reconfigure a couple things. Just FYI. Clear your calendars. Next item, please.
That will return
Thank you
us to the regular order of business. Or are we taking up 10.4?
How would you like to proceed with item 10.4?
I don't know if they have things to say on that. Otherwise, I'll go back to 7. Someone? Anyone? No?
Director Bean, should we act on this tonight, or is this 10.4, or is that something that should wait till Tuesday?
Thank you very much, Councilor Burnley. Mr. President, yes, we need to act on that to subsidize the sewer enterprise fund, and then Tuesday we will have to appropriate free cash to the water enterprise fund.
All right, let's take up 10.4.
Item 10.4 is a request of the mayor requesting the appropriation of $1,407,458 from the Sewer Enterprise Fund retained earnings account to subsidize the fiscal year 2025 Sewer Enterprise Fund budget.
On the item. On that item? Oh, are there questions? I don't see any.
On that item, Councilor McLaughlin.
Yes.
Councilor Davis.
Yes.
Councilor Wilson.
Yes.
Councilor Said.
Yes.
Councilor Scott.
Yes.
Councilor Mba.
Yes.
Councilor Burnley.
Yes.
Councilor Klingon.
Yes.
Councilor Strezzo.
Yes.
Councilor Pineda-Newfeld.
Yes.
Councilor Ewan-Campen.
Yes.
With 11 councilors in favor and none opposed, that item is approved. And that will return us to the regular order of business and item 7.1, a request of the mayor requesting ordainment of an amendment to sections 2-322 and 2-323 of the Code of Ordinances to update categories and associated salaries for non-union positions.
Councilor Davis, are you comfortable putting this on next week's agenda to take up, or do folks want to do it tonight?
Mr. President, this hasn't been raised to me, so it's not on the agenda right now. The meeting is Monday. It's a short turn, but then again, it's a shorter turn than doing it tonight. So we do have 3 other items on the agenda for Monday. I guess I'd
Colleagues, to me, this is a straightforward item, but if anyone wants to go to committee for discussion, we have time before the end of the fiscal year to do that. Anyone have a preference? If I were to advocate for us to vote on it tonight, does anyone not want to do that? Speak against it now.
Mr. President, I'll be honest with you, I'm uncomfortable just because I haven't read and compared this. I have caught errors in the administration's submission of this ordinance change that happens every year. So on the one hand, it's perfunctory. On the other hand, you know, actually, does the administration care if I look at it? Okay, well, sure, go ahead, sir. Let's vote for it.
Let's vote on it.
So first, you can take a voice vote to approve or a unanimous consent vote to approve.
To approve the item. All good. It's approved.
Great. So now on enrollment of the amendment to sections 2-322 and 2-323 of the Code of Ordinances to update non-union salaries. Counselor McLaughlin.
Yes.
Counselor Davis.
Yes.
Counselor Wilson.
Yes.
Counselor Said.
Yes.
Counselor Scott.
No.
Counselor Mba.
Yes.
Counselor Burnley.
Yes.
Counselor Klingon.
Yes.
Counselor Strezzo.
Yes.
Counselor Pineda-Neufeld.
Yes.
Counselor Ewan-Campen.
Yes. With
10 counselors in favor and 1 opposed, that item is enrolled. And now on ordainment. Counselor McLaughlin.
Yes.
Counselor Davis.
Yes.
Counselor Wilson.
Yes.
Counselor Said.
Yes.
Counselor Scott.
Yes. No, sorry.
Counselor Mba.
Yes.
Counselor Burnley.
Yes.
Counselor Klingon.
Yes.
Counselor Strezzo.
Yes.
Counselor Pineda-Neufeld.
Yes.
Counselor Ewan-Campen.
Yes.
With 10 counselors in favor and 1 opposed, that item is ordained.
Thank you both.
And the next item before the council is item 7.2, a request of the mayor requesting the rescission of $2,478,271 of authorized but unissued borrowings.
Questions on this? Call the roll.
On the item, Counselor McLaughlin.
Yes.
Counselor Davis.
Yes.
Counselor Wilson.
Yes.
Counselor Said.
Yes.
Counselor Scott.
Yes.
Counselor Mba.
Yes.
Counselor Burnley.
Yes.
Counselor Klingon.
Yes.
Counselor Strezzo.
Yes.
Counselor Pineda-Neufeld.
Yes.
Counselor Ewan-Campen.
Yes.
With 11 counselors in favor, that item is approved. And that brings us to the end of the agenda for the evening, Mr. President. We want to do one more reconsideration of any other finance items that have not yet been reconsidered.
I move to reconsider all the financial items that have not been reconsidered yet.
Want to do the ordinance too? Up to you.
No. Yes, and the ordinance. No, not the ordinance. Thank you. We will not we'll reconsider all the financial items, not the ordinance. Anyone wishing to switch their vote? Seeing none. Reconsideration fails on those.
And there are no further items before the council.
Colleagues, we are adjourned. Congratulations, everybody.